Hey YouTube, welcome out to set review day for Magic. We're going to be looking over all the murders at Karlov Manor cards. We're going to be going in set review order, so WUBRG, lowest mana cost to highest mana cost. I use a A to F grading scale. And for those of you who don't know, a lot of these cards are going to end up being in the C range. Like a lot of the commons and uncommons, and C's are cards you're fine putting into your deck. Maybe I should go through the grade scales. A are your anything that's an A is your game-winning bombs. Think stuff like Glorybringer, Quintorius, I can't think of any other bombs at the moment, but you can think of some. B's are really, really good cards. And if you're drafting and see a card that's B level, that's a card that should... Oh, Shielder the Apocalypse. Yeah, easy A. If you see a card that's like B level, that's a card that actively pulls you into wanting to draft that color. Think of cards like... What were some surprising ones from Lock's Caverns of Ixalan? Like the Oltec Cloud Guard was a B. The Spyglass Siren was a B. Captain Lannery Storm, easy B, stuff like that. C is going to be your fine playables. Fine playables that you don't mind having in your deck. And those are your common, like, they're usually maybe a little above rate. Your 3 2s for 2, your 2 3s for 2. Yeah, just stuff that's all kind of fine to play. You'll see a lot of C's, and those are still good. Like, C's are, like, your deck isn't going to be all A's and B's. It's going to be mostly C's, with a handful of B's and maybe just a sprinkle of A's on top if you're lucky. Anything that's a D, that's generally filler cards. Stuff that you want to avoid playing if you can, but if you need just like that 22nd, 23rd card for the deck, a D can go in there. That's fine. You're not super happy about it, but they are playable at the very least. And then there are cards that are F. These are completely unplayable and you should never pick them, draft them, or put them in your deck. And if you do, and I find you, I will destroy you. And then I'll also let people know when there's like sideboard cards and stuff like that. So starting off with white. They're an S tier. I mean, there's like A pluses. Not really S. But yeah, all right. Starting off with white. So this is one of the new card types right away. A new enchantment called Case. It looks like a saga, but it isn't. So, Case of the Uneaten Feast for white. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life. So the way these cases work, it's basically an enchantment. And when they enter the battlefield, it gives you some effect. But then it gives you a goal, which is to say, to solve. If you've gained 5 or more life this turn, you have solved the case. And when the case is solved, you get the last thing on the enchantment as a new effect. And in this case... the Case of the Uneaten Feast. When it's solved, you can sacrifice Case of the Uneaten Feast. Creature cards in your graveyard gain. You may cast this card from your graveyard until end of turn. So basically for white, anytime you play a creature spell, you gain a life. If you gain 5 or more life in a single turn, you can then sacrifice the enchantment to cast your creature cards from your graveyard until end of turn. Interesting. It honestly doesn't really look that good. This is one of those cards where if you can play this on turn 1, it's gonna feel awesome. But if you play it at any other point in the game or like later in the game and you end up top decking this, it'll feel pretty bad. Not quite what you want. I could see use for it in constructed, but for your drafting your sealed pools, you probably really shouldn't play this card. It's not an F by any means, but it's just one of those things where you have to have it down early, otherwise it's just not impactful enough. Unless you have other ways of unless black-white has other ways of gaining life, like I think there's a fair amount of life link, then you can use it as a sort of cheap, clunky reanimation effect, but that juice may not be worth the squeeze. So This looks like a D to me. I don't think you really want to play it. Yeah, like, you can put in the effort to make it work, but I don't think you should. This card leave play the end turn after you play it. Well, it's an enchantment, so it stays in play. It is still an enchantment, so it does stay around. But yeah, for the most part, If it was like all your creatures you could just cast until like the end of your next turn, or like they were free, then this card could be awesome, but not super good. Next up, Form Familiar, just a good kitty snacking on a actual roasted chicken leg. I don't know. It's an uncommon cat with 1/1. This is one of the other new mechanics with Murders at Karlov Manor. Disguise. It's morph. It's morph. They call it something else, but it's morph. Only now your face down morphed creature has ward 2. That's all that's different. So you can put Form Familiar face down for 3 mana as a 2/2 creature with ward 2. Then you can turn it face up at any time by paying its disguise cost. So you can put it down as a 2/2 for 3, and then pay 1 white at any moment to flip it up. And when Form Familiar is turned face up, return another target permanent you control to its owner's hand, and put a +1/+1 counter on Form Familiar. So it's a 1/1 for 1. Or for 5 mana over 2 installments, it's a 2/2 that lets you bounce one of your own things back. That's still not great. That's still not great. That said, there is a white aggressive theme, and there is a white and a green-white go wide. So maybe having a bunch of 1/1s for 1 could be okay, but that's not very good. It looks like a D+. Maybe not even a D+. I wouldn't be opposed to playing one of the 2 of these or bringing them off the sideboard if I'm playing against an opponent who has a lot of like enchantment-based removal. Is then like bouncing something back and getting rid of their enchantment removal and being able to replay it seems a little bit better. Yeah. Sadly, the not the most exciting kitty in the world. Next up, Krobot Haunch. White for an artifact food equipment? Oh, it's like a frozen ox leg that you can beat people with. It's uncommon. Cost white. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. You pay 2, tap it, sacrifice it, gain 3 life, like a food. And when the Korvad Haunch is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you may pay an additional 1 and a white, and if you do, you make 2 1/1 white dog creature tokens. And the equip cost is 2. The equip is not very good. White to get it down, have to pay 2, you only get +2/+0. I don't love that. This is a Tinker's Tote with extra steps. White, get it down, pay an additional 1 and a white, sack it, gain 3 life, but then oh no, you gotta pay an additional 1 and a white on top of the 2 mana sack. I don't know about that one. One of the red-blue archetype in this set is Artifact Sacrifice. That's in red-blue, and I don't think you need want to splash white just for something like this. Jared's going to sacrifice this when he wants to equip. Yeah, this does look like the prime target for bad misclick on Arena. Yeah, I don't really like it. I've seen much better equipment, and this isn't it. Really, if you even top deck this and wanted to like do it right away, like 6 mana on 1 turn. I mean, the only thing that's kind of cute about it is that you can equip it to a creature. And then, like, instant speed, sacrifice the equipped while it's equipped. But yeah, not great. Like D+. Don't love it. Novice Inspector. The common creature human detective at white. It's a 1/2. We enter the battlefield. Investigate. Yo, Thraben Inspector is back? Under a new name? Now this is great. For a lot of reasons. 1 mana 1/2. For those of you who don't know, a clue is an artifact token where you can pay 2, sacrifice the token, you get to draw a card. That's great. Super, super good. There's also, what's important about this one is that there's like blue-white has like a detective lord, so anyone that's a detective gets like a +1/+1. It's also really good for like the red-white aggro strategy because it's a 1/2, so you can get past any 1/1s the opponent could possibly have. Plus the fact that it just comes with an extra token card whenever you want to draw it later on is great. Yeah, huge fan of Novice Inspector. I don't know if it's quite B level. It's like C+, B-, depending. Somewhere around in there. Likely C+, but very good. Next up. Wrench. Oh, I think this is one of the literal clue game cards. White. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has vigilance, and you can pay 3, tap it to tap target creature. And you can also pay 2 to sacrifice Wrench at any time to draw a card. I like this better than the Haunch. This is the first color, Zan. You didn't miss much, don't worry. I think it's better than the Haunch. The fact that you can sacrifice it to draw a card is cool. Reasonable rate, like +1/+1. You also give them the vigilance, and you can use them to tap creatures either offensively or defensively. I like that. This looks a little bit better. Like a C-. Wouldn't want to run like a lot of these. I said. Cheap lockdown? I think 3 tap target creature is an expensive lockdown. That's a bit much. Cheap lockdown is like free, or 1 mana. But you know, this does allow your vigilant creature to swing in and then tap a blocker before swinging, or before blocks are declared. But this looks alright. C-. Next, assemble the players. A rare enchantment with 1 and a white. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. Once each turn, you may cast a creature spell with power 2 or less on the top of your library. This basically is super good in red-white. And I think white-black. I think it'd also work in white-black. Reason being is that white-black has a synergy thing where all their creatures are like power 2 or less or are super cheap. Yeah, this would let you to cast all your disguise creatures off the top as well. So this one has a little bit of a build around. It has like a build around grid. You wouldn't slap this into any old white deck, but you can build around it and actually make quite good. It's like a build around B+. That is a solid amount of card advantage. But again, like, your deck needs to have a very healthy amount of creatures power 2 or less and or disguise to make it work. And then I think in like standard construction, this is probably going to show up quite a bit. Yeah, build around B+. Next, Auspicious Arrival. 1 and a white for a common instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Investigate. Investigate Gets you a clue token that you can sacrifice to draw a card. That's okay. This is like another D+ card. It's a fine combat trick. +2/+2 for 2 mana is a little below rate, especially for white, but it at least gets you, has a way of replacing itself later on by getting the clue token. Not the most exciting thing in the world, but if you need some interaction, there you go. D+ for Auspicious Arrival. What does Story Spotlight mean? It's like 5 cards from the set. The art like depicts like the current story of this set or whatever. That's it. I don't even know the full story of the set. What's her face got killed? I didn't even see who the murderer was. They already revealed who the murderer was, so whatever. Next, call a surprise witness. 1 and a white for an uncommon sorcery. Return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Put a flying counter on it, and it's a spirit in addition to its other types. This one I actually kind of like. Bring back something 3 or less, but now it's also a flyer? That's pretty good. And if it dies again, it doesn't get exiled. It still goes back to the graveyard. Yeah, that's a decent little reanimation thing. A C+ for Call a Surprise Witness. Which, again, your deck needs worthwhile mana value 3 or less creatures to bring back. But if you got like some good rares or 3 mana bombs or something and you want to be able to bring it back, this is a very good way to do it. And I like that it makes it flying, so if you are playing a more aggressive strategy and one of your beaters gets killed, bringing them back as a flyer is awesome. Alright. The case of the Gateway Express. Here's another case, uncommon, 1 and a white. When this case enters the battlefield, choose target creature you don't control. Each creature you control deals 1 damage to that creature. Oh, interesting. That's like a... That's kind of like a removal spell, but you need a lot of creatures to make it happen. Flying Bunnycorn? Good. Oops. To solve the Gateway Express, you need to attack with 3 or more creatures. Now, it does say you solve it at the beginning of your end step, so if your opponent attacks with 3 more creatures, they won't solve your case. And then when it gets solved, creatures in control get +1/+0. Yeah. Again. Oh, so notably, when you solve it at your end step. Not immediately. So once you attack with 3, it's not to your end step you get it. So you can't... Sadly, you can't quite like play this. Kill something and then attack with everything, get them all, you have a bunch of extra power. You won't get the extra power until your next turn. I gotcha. This is solid. I believe green-white has a go-wide strategy. Even red-white has a... So red-white has a theme where it wants you... Everything red-white is attack with 3 more creatures. So this actually looks like it could be good in both green-white and red-white as a solid removal spell. Plus, like, you know, a little extra power pump to get in and be aggressive isn't too bad. It will not really fit in any of the other white archetypes. Like, I don't think it really work in blue-white. I don't really think it would work in black-white. But it looks okay. Looks like another C. It's for the most part, play this as sorcery speed removal, where you need a lot of creatures. Yeah, the whole format is murder mystery theme Skyblade. Here's another case. Case of the Pilfered Proof. Another 1 and a white uncommon. Whenever a detective enters the battlefield under your control, and whenever a detective you control is turned face up, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Then you solve it when you have 3 or more detectives. And once it's solved, if one or more tokens would be created under your control, those tokens plus a clue token are created instead. Well, it asks for detective, which means it has a home in blue light. And then your reward is getting a clue. I'm least interested in getting the clue part, because I don't know how much token generation you're going to have in blue-white. Or having enough detectives in any other color pair with white. But this does give all of your detectives ETBing with an extra +1/+1 counter, or facing up into a +1/+1 counter. That could be okay. But again, I keep looking at this card and thinking, like, it's turn 9, you're at 5 life, your opponent's at 12, you're down and out, and then you top deck this. Not good. I would say maybe it could be like a build around C at best. I'm leaning more towards C minus though. There are probably better cards you can get into your deck, even in a dedicated detective deck. C minus. Next, Doorkeeper Thrall. I haven't seen the word Thrall in a long time. Not bad later because it adds to the detectives already in play. If only the detectives already in play if they turn face up. Because this says only when the detective ETBs do they get a +1/+1 counter or flips up. It doesn't actually affect detectives already in play. May have misread the card. Yeah, if this like just gave all detectives in play +1/+1, then it'd be excellent. But because it doesn't do that, a little bit weaker. Okay, Doorkeeper Thrall. It's a rare! 1 and a white for a rare 1/2 flash flyer. And says artifacts and creatures entering the battlefield don't cause abilities to trigger. Oh. Well, that's annoying. That's super annoying. Kind of reminds me of, what was the name of that other fairy? It was called like Hushkeeper? Hushbringer, that's it. And the fact that it has flash means you can do that in response to shut down some strategies. Wow. Huh. We're going to see this show up in Constructed. That's pretty powerful. Aside from that, like it's a 1/2 flash flyer. Sometimes you can kind of get you. Now, keep in mind this also counts for your own creatures and artifacts. So it also means all your ETB abilities are shut down. Something to keep in mind, because that would matter. But even then, it's only a 1/2 flyer. With worthwhile equipment, gets it a little bit better. That's a weird one. It's probably only like a C, really. Well, I'll go B minus. I'm probably wrong, and I'll probably say towards B minus. Just because you can probably play this in such a way that you can get your opponent and then try to draft and build your deck around not hosing yourself too badly with Doorkeeper Thrall. Or playing this out smartly so that you can prevent a good effect. But yeah, not a bomb by any means. A little weak in the power. I know if it was like a 2/1 flyer for 2, then it'd be an easy B. But then it's just on the cusp. Next is Market Watch Phantom. 1 and a white for a common spirit detective. 2/2. Whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield under your control, Market Watch Phantom gains flying until end of turn. Oh. Oh. You know what it reminds me of? But better? What was it, like Gustwalker? The Exert creature from Amonkhet? This is just a good, yeah, this is a 2/2 beatdown. So obviously the Creature with power 2 or less matters for red-white, matters for black-white quite a bit. I imagine a lot of blue-white creatures are also that. And then he just becomes frequently a 2/2 flyer for 2. He looks good. I think he's just a solid C. 2/2 for 2. And with enough, and on the play and being aggressive, he's going to get in there. And he is a detective. Yeah, easy C for Market Watch Phantom. Next up. Neighborhood Guardian. It's a unicorn. It's a very fluffy unicorn. 1 white for an uncommon unicorn. 2/2. Whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield under your control, target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Now it does say another, so sadly you can't play this, immediately trigger it, and gives one of your other creatures +1/+1 to attack in with. But it can target itself. So if you play this on turn 2, and on turn 3, if a 2/2 comes down, it can pump itself to get in. Solid. C+. It's a very pretty unicorn. Next up, Not on My Watch. It's a good card name. 1 white for an uncommon instant. Exile attacking creature. I'm going to click there. That's good. It's like another C removal spell. This is another one of those removal spells where you don't necessarily really want these in your red-white aggressive decks or your black-white decks that you really want to attack in with, because it only hits attacking creatures. Not tapped creatures, not even blocking creatures. They have to be attacking. So it's a very, very narrow place where you can actually use it. So this will work better for your more mid-range defensive strategies, maybe like blue-white, maybe green-white. But yeah, it's just kind of okay. It's like a C- removal spell. But if your opponent is also aggressive, next up, Perimeter Enforcer. 1 white for an uncommon human detective with flying and lifelink. All right. Whenever another detective enters the battlefield under your control, and whenever a detective you control is turned face up, Perimeter Enforcer gets +1/+1 until end of turn. You got 2 mana, 1/1 flying lifelink. And then with a lot of detectives, you just keep flying in and gaining you some life. That's not bad. Obviously, again, only really super good if you have other detectives, other ways of like kind of giving them extra power, because otherwise a 1/1 lifelink for flying at 2 is a little underpowered, because if it's not attacking for 2, not quite doing enough. But in the right deck, it could certainly perform. Still a C. I'd be happy playing it. Yeah, Zanrays or blue-white is like wants to make a detective deck. Filthy Cur and Vivid Bolt, thank you guys for the resubs. Next is Sanctuary Wall. 1 white for an uncommon artifact creature. It's a wall. It's a 0/4 defender, obviously. But it also has 2 white. To tap target creature, you may put a stun counter on it, and if you do, you also put a stun counter on Sanctuary Wall. Interesting. Interesting. So it's a wall that actually blocks pretty well early on, and then in the late game, if it gets to the point where there's stuff your wall can't deal with, for 3 mana, you get to tap them down for 2 turns. Then offensively, if you activate this on your turn, your wall will untap before they do, so then you can tap another creature. They would have 2 tap defenders, allowing attacks to get in, but you would need to activate it on your turn. That's an interesting one. I'm not in love. But that is interesting. I'm leaning like a C- for it. 2 and a white is still a lot of mana. Like, there are frankly so many better things you could be doing with 3 mana, even at instant speed. That is quite the price. But I like that you can use it to tap down a creature for extra long when you need it. Say C- though. I'll be curious to see how this one plays out. I don't think it's going to be quite good enough. There are 46 detective cards in this set. So a fair amount. Next, Seasoned Consultant. 1 and a white for a human detective. Common, 1/3. Whenever you attack with 3 or more creatures, Seasoned Consultant gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Yeah, so there's that red-white. There's that red-white theme, which is basically Battalion, if you recall that from Ravnica. You want to attack with 3 or more creatures, and when you do, you get a buff. What's the next themed set? Fallout. Well, on its own, it's just a 1/3, but if you're on the beatdown, it gets to basically attack in as a 3/3. That's fine. I'd almost rather it be a 1 mana 1/1 that can then attack in, but it's alright as it is. And it's a detective, so it matters for blue-white. Works in black-white, works in green-white. Yeah, Seasoned Consultant seems fine. It's like a C-. I think I like the other 2/2 for 2s better, but he's a C-.
Sweet.
Hey, King Ghidra! Thank you for the Twitch Prime me. Alright. Next is 10th District Hero. Shoutouts to the 10th District Legionnaire. Slowly climbing up the ranks. She's a hero now. 1 and a white for a rare human. She has a 2/3. Awesome. And she can do 1 and a white, collect evidence 2. 10th District Hero becomes a human detective with base power and toughness 4/4 and gains vigilance. Okay, so she levels up. And has 2 and a white, collect evidence 4. She's a detective. She then becomes a legendary creature named Miliva, the Stalwart, and has base power and toughness 5/5 and has other creatures you control have indestructible. Cool. So she has a level up mechanic. Collect evidence is another new mechanic for the set. When it asks you to collect evidence, what it's asking you to do is to exile cards from your graveyard with mana cost equal to the evidence cost or more. So for collect evidence 2, you have to exile cards from your graveyard. That's a 2 mana card or 2 1 mana cards, whatever. Collect evidence 4 exiles many things out of your graveyard until you have mana cost 4 or more of the exiled cards. To collect evidence. So the set does let you use your graveyard as a resource, which is cool. And then she basically levels up to be bigger. 2/3 for 2 mana is already super good. And that's a pretty cheap. That's a pretty cheap level up once and makes her into a 4/4 with vigilance pretty easily. Interestingly, you can also do this at instant speed. You can do this at instant speed. Ooh. I wonder how many times that'll catch people. Huh. I mean, she's super good. This is a B+, easy. It doesn't quite hit A level because it doesn't like insta win you the game, but she's a beater. B+. A little awkward? I wouldn't say awkward. I'd be happy playing a 2/3 for 2 any day of the week. And it's going to be very easy to collect evidence too. The collect evidence 4 part, that'll kind of depend, but her first level up will be very easy to do. Like a single combat trick and suddenly you got evidence ready to go. Oh, that's fun. So you could like have 4 mana open, attack, cast a 2 mana instant, and then instant speed collect evidence 2 off that instant to also get this effect. Fun. Ooh. Ooh, that's cool. Yeah. B+. Alright, next. Unyielding Gatekeeper. Another rare, 1 and a white for an Elfin Cleric. It's a 3/2, but also has Disguise, and its Disguise cost is 1 and a white to flip it up. So when Unyielding Gatekeeper is turned face up, exile another target non-land permanent. And if you control it, you bring it back to the battlefield tapped. Otherwise, its controller makes a 2/2 white and blue detective creature token. Okay. So it's a 3/2 for 2, which is good. Then you can also flip it up to blink one of your own things, or oh man, what was the name of that ghost? That one white ghost that exiled an opponent's thing. I like that's any non-land permanent, so it can hit planeswalkers, it can hit enchantments, and you just give your opponent a 2/2 out of it. I mean, if they got like a game-winning threat that allows you to like take it down and shrink it up. Yeah, I like it. I'd be happy playing this down on turn 2, because then I got a beater. And then in the late game, I can take away their best card. And I like that their card just gets exiled, not till like Gatekeeper leaves the battlefield. It becomes a 2/2. This looked very good. This is another B+. Easy. Be super happy playing this one. Yeah, this is one of those white cards that's just... Put this in any white deck. You'll have a good time with it. Next is Case File Auditor. 2 and a white for an uncommon human detective. She is a 1/4. When Case File Auditor enters the battlefield, and whenever you solve a case, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal an enchantment card from among them and put them into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom. You may spend mana as though it were a mana of any color to cast case spells. Skyclave Apparition. That's the one. Thank you. So 2 and a white for a 1/4 that helps find you cases. And then when you solve a case, you can find another case. It's only the top 6 cards of your library. So the top 6 cards... I guess it doesn't have to be a case. It can be other enchantments. I assume there's some kind of pacifism effect somewhere. So your top 6 cards, how many enchantments would you need to make this reliably hit something? You need like 3 or 4 enchantments in your deck already? I mean, she's got a big butt. I mean, spend mana as though a mana of any color to cast case spells is probably not going to be super relevant. This is like a D+. Or not even a D+, just a D. Maybe build around C if you have enough enchantments, but not great. Because like a card that gets you another card is always good. But yeah, you need the enchantments to make it work. So likely a D. And even with like an enchantment heavy deck, not super exciting. Don't love it. Even with their D for dumpy. Yeah, exactly. Alright. Next is Delny, Streetwise Lookout. A mythic. 2 and a white. Legendary Human Scout. She's a 2/2. Creatures you control with power 2 or less can't be blocked by creatures with power 3 or greater. If the ability of a creature you control with power 2 or less triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. Great. And Hermalicon. Only on a cutie. Yeah, great. That's another easy B. Again, biggest home is going to be in black, white, and red, white. Because it wants a lot of low power creatures. Can't be blocked by creatures power 3 or greater is a little less relevant since a lot of your creature with power 2 or less will probably still get blocked by 2 power creatures. It does protect him a little bit, and the extra triggers could be huge. I like her. B. Due Diligence. 2 and a white for a common aura. It's a enchant creature. When it enters the battlefield, target creature you control other than the enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and gains vigilance on return, and the enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and has vigilance. Fascinating. So, 2 and a white, you give one of your guys +2/+2 in vigilance. Until end of turn, someone else gets +2/+2 in vigilance. Slightly higher upside than the usual kind of aura like this. Not really in love. I mean, it's still an aura. And you can get 2 for 1 off of these pretty easily. Yeah, it's still like a D card. Yeah, still a D. C? No, C's, I think C's far too high. This is one of those auras where the reason why auras are usually pretty low is because it's so easy to get this onto a creature and your opponent kills the creature in response and you get easily 2 for 1. Or if it's already on a creature and then they just get double blocked or removal spelled or whatever, then you're down 2 cards. It's really, really easy to give your opponent card advantage with aura spells. So that's why a lot of times when the auras replace themselves with a card, think like Zoetic Glyph. Like, Zoetic Glyph is an aura. That's rough. But when Zoetic Glyph goes away, you get to discover and get another card out of it. So you're actually not down any card advantage. Something like an aura, like something like this one, where it doesn't have anything like that, not quite worth it. Not. And this is one where it only really works when you're on the beatdown already. Like, your enchanted creature another enchanted creature getting +2/+2 until end of turn. That's only for your turn on your combat. So if you're already losing, you're basically playing 3 mana to give something +2/+2, and the vigilance is irrelevant. Don't love it. D. Next is Inside Source. 2 and a white for a common human citizen. When it enters the battlefield, you also get a 2/2 white and blue detective token. That's fun. And then you can pay 3 to tap her. Target detective you control gets +2/+0 and gains vigilance until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. I like her. I like her a lot. C+. I'm a fan of these kind of creatures where it's basically a 3/3 for 3 split across 2 bodies. But then she can pump any one of your other detectives. Plus that gives them vigilance, allows you to swing in while also being defensive. Yeah, I like her. C+. Makeshift Binding. 2 and a white for a common enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, exile target creature an opponent controls until Makeshift Binding leaves the battlefield. You gain 2 life. There's the enchantment-based removal. There's always got to be one. So yeah, that 1/4 that finds enchantments. If you have like a couple of these in your deck and she could potentially find one of these, that's not too bad. That's like the best case scenario for the 1/4. But this is your... Yeah, this is just a solid white removal spell. See, I don't know how much enchantment removal is in the format. But this is just a good playable white removal spell. See, you get a couple life. Next, make your move. 2 and a white for a common instant. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with power 4 or greater. I love this art. The chess pieces. That's really cool. I'm into that. Yep. I'm not huge on these kind of cards that only hits creatures with power 4 or greater. Honestly, this is a sideboard card. You should not main deck this. I don't think Artifact Enchantment is going to be so relevant that you always want these. But this is a very good, very versatile sideboard card. Because this will shut down a lot of the big red-green beats. Shut down some relevant red-blue artifacts and all that. But if you have this in your main deck and your opponent goes red, white, and starts beating you down with like cheap creatures or black-white cheap creatures, this is just a dead card in your hand. So this is a sideboard C. Great sideboard card. Don't main deck it. Maybe acceptable as a one-off in the main. I would not main deck it. I would not. Unless I literally had nothing else, I would not main deck it. Versatile enough, you think, for best of one? Maybe. I wouldn't risk it. If you have like nothing else to put in, it could be an okay 23rd card. But I would not prioritize it by any means. Great sideboard though. Next, Wojek Investigator. 2 and a white for a rare Angel Detective. 2/4 with flying and vigilance. At the beginning of your upkeep, investigate once for each opponent who has more cards in hands than you. I'd be happy playing this as 2 and a white as a 2/4 flying vigilance. And it's at the beginning of your upkeep when you get the clue. Ah. That's fantastic. A-. Won't go higher than that because it's not going to outright win the game, but it puts you in a really good position. You can kind of be cute about this too, and just keep your hand empty. And then you just don't sacrifice the clues to draw a card until like you get the next trigger. If you really want to be cute about it. Like, just keep getting clues until you're ready to start pumping mana into it to draw cards. Obviously, this is gonna like really pop off in a Commanders type setting. But even like on a 1v1, this is still very, very good. Still very good. Yeah, A- for Wojek Investigator. Very cool. Has less than 2 power. It's a detective. Yeah, this fits all the white decks. Fantastic. All right, Aurelia's Vindicator. 2 white for a mythic 4/2 angel with flying, lifelink, ward 2. Jesus. But it also has disguise X 3 and a white. When Aurelia's Vindicator is turned face up, exile up to X other target creatures from the battlefield or creature cards from graveyards. When Aurelia's Vindicator leaves the battlefield, return the exiled cards to their owner's hand. Now that's a beater. Now this is an A. Like, this is a threat. The Ward 2 makes it a little bit harder for the opponent to deal with. And if you need to disguise it down early on, even if you just flip it up, disguise X only 1, and just take out their best thing, and then you have a flying 4/2 lifelink ward 2. That's really going to get him. Yeah. Aurelia's Vindicator is excellent. Yep, this is an A. Oh, maybe A+, if I'm being honest. Yeah, A+. Deal 4 damage to the opponent and gain 4 life. Woof. Disguise is instant speed. Well, yeah, the flip-up effect is instant speed. Yeah, great. A+ for Aurelia's Vindicator. Good mythic. Griffnot Tracker's next. 3 and a white for a common human detective. It's a 3/2 flyer. Yep. And when it enters the battlefield, exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard. This is solid. A 3/2 flyer for 4 mana is about rate these days. But more importantly, because you can exile cards from a graveyard, you can do that to basically take evidence away from your opponent. Like, the best way to use this is you take their most expensive things from the opponent's graveyard, so if they have any kind of collect evidence card, you've just taken away their evidence. A 3/2 flyer for 4 is not the best rate, but it's not bad. It's a C-. It gets even better once you're playing against an opponent who's trying to collect a lot of evidence. Oh yeah, Morph doesn't even use the stack. It is instant speed. So you can't respond to a Morph. I assume Disguise works the same way then. I didn't actually check into that. I assume it works the same way, so you can't respond to the Morph. But you can respond to like the flip up effect. Alright. Karlov Watchdog, 3 and a white for a good boy. Bork bork. Uncommon, 3/2 with vigilance. Permanents your opponent's control can't be turned face up during your turn. Neat. Whenever you attack with 3 more creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Bork. He's a good boy. He's not mean, he's just a good boy. Yeah. Yeah, biggest home again. Red, white. Whenever you attack with 3 more creatures, get them all +1/+1, and you can stop your opponent from doing any disguise nonsense. This may not be relevant in every matchup, but the ones it does show up in can be mean. Yeah, definitely a beatdown boy. He's good at it. Bork bork. C+. That's for him. Which means with enough creatures in support, he can attack in as a 4/3 vigilance himself. Which makes him a little bit better than a 3/2 vigilance. Museum Night Watch, 3 and a white for a common Centaur Soldier. The 3/2. When the Museum Night Watch dies, you get a 2/2 white and blue detective creature token and has Disguise. I like that one too. I think I actually like this one more than the dog and the flyer. The 4 mana 3/2 that dies and you still get a 2/2 afterwards. That's cool. Is it quite B- range? It's at least a C+. Is it a B-? I don't know. The only thing you can really do with this Disguise is you can kind of like trick your opponent to like suddenly hitting him with 3 power, trading out, and then getting a 2/2 afterwards. Otherwise, there's really not much purpose to it. Do you have to remove the Disguise to get the 2/2? Yes. So if it's still face down as just a 2/2 colorless creature, when it dies, you don't get anything. So it does have to be face up in order for the effect to work. Looks like it's at least a C+. It might be a B-, to be honest. I'm going to give it benefit of the doubt and say B-. Next. No witnesses. 2 white for a rare sorcery. Each player who controls the most creatures investigates, then destroy all creatures. Classic board wipe, only someone gets a clue out of it. What's the spell speed for Disguise? Split second instant. It's a board wipe. Always good to have a good old board wipe. Again, you don't... The white deck that you put this into matters. You don't want this in your red-white deck where you're trying to play a bunch of cheap creatures because you don't want to kill your own stuff. Yeah, just an A. Which kind of... This one's actually, honestly, probably a little bit weaker than most board wipes because chances are if you're playing this, you're not playing a lot of creatures, which means the person who has the most controls the most creatures when you cast this is likely your opponent, so your opponent's still going to get like a card out of it. This might be one of the weakest board wipes they've ever made. But it's still a board wipe. It's still an A. Like, you're going to want to, in a white deck, like, you're going to want to play this. Worse than depopulate? To be honest, I don't remember what depopulate does. I have to look it up. Alright, if you have a multicolored creature, draw a card. Is it worse than depopulate? I would say, yeah, it's worse than depopulate. Because depopulate doesn't always give them a card. No witnesses will pretty much almost always give them a card. You'll still play it in your white control decks. Alright, on the job. 2 white, white, black instant. Creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn, and investigate. Okay, this is your classic trumpet blast style effect, but I like that it comes with a clue so it can replace itself later, so it's not just a dead card for later on. Yeah, it's improved inspiring charge. That's fine. C-. Could be a decent finisher for your beatdown decks. Next is Absolving Lamassu. Never heard of a Lamassu before in my life. 4 and a white for an uncommon Lamassu. It's a 4/3 flyer. When it enters the battlefield, all suspected creatures are no longer suspected. Then when Absolving Lamassu dies, you gain 3 life and suspect up to 1 target creature in opponent controls. Suspect is another new mechanic in the format. You basically, you put like a suspect token or tracker or whatever on a target creature. Any creature that is suspected has menace and cannot block. So it's like giving them as a menace counter, but also they cannot block. So it's a 5-mana 4/3 flyer that can get rid of all your opponent's menace. And then when he dies, he seems okay. I like that he can gain 3 life when he dies, so if you need to play him defensively or block aggressively to get the extra life, you can. I don't know how great the suspected creature thing's gonna help you. It certainly is more of a defensive white card. This kind of seems okay. Looks like a C to me. At 5 mana. Seems like a C. Decent enough sideboard card for best of 3. Yeah, if I'm playing best of 3 and I'm facing down an aggressive beatdown deck, especially if they're doing like the red-black suspect stuff, happily to play this. Otherwise, it's kind of okay top-end filler. Next, Essence of Antiquity. 3 white, white for uncommon creature golem. It's a 1/10. I'm sorry? But also as disguise for only 2 and a white. When Essence of Antiquity is turned face up, creatures you control gain hexproof until end of turn. Untap them. This is the biggest dumpy. But it's on a golem, so I can't even fuck it, so what's the point? A combat trick on a stick. Not so much combat trick as it is protection against removal. See, the problem is, like, after you do that, all you have is a 1/10. What are you going to do with a 1/10? Attack with it? For what? 1 damage? It's really funny. I don't think you should play it unless you really, really need a 5-mana 10 toughness blocker. And pretty much nobody does. This looks super clunky. It looks like a D. There's got to be better ways of protecting your own creatures. The best use is the untap all your dudes. That's the best case scenario, though. But if you're untapping all your creatures after beating down, you want something that can keep beating, and not a 1/10. I think it's a D. What a weird creature. Someone will play it and it'll be funny, but I don't think anyone's going to win with it. Next up, Hazda Vigilante. 4 and a white for a common giant soldier. He's a 4/4. When he enters the battlefield or attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control with power 2 or less. Okay. The 5 mana 4/4, you can pump up one of your 2-power guys, and when he attacks, you can continue to pump up your 2-power guys. That's kind of a... Where's his home? Where does he want to be? Yeah, he's kind of filler. He's like a D+. Again, I feel like once you get to spending 5 mana, you want stuff to be pretty impactful. And he doesn't quite do it. 4/4 for 5 mana isn't quite good enough. And there will be situations where you just don't have 2/2s or anything with power 2 or less, and you're basically being 5 mana for nothing. If he could pump himself, it'd be a little bit better. But yeah, he's filler. D filler. And final white card is Defenestrated Phantom. 4 white for a 4/3 flyer. And his disguise for 4 and a white. Speaking of filler. Complete filler. It doesn't do anything. D. The disguise helps. It's still not that cheap. It's still not that cheap. I wouldn't be happy playing 6 mana for a 4/3 flyer, and I wouldn't be happy playing 3 mana and then 5 mana for a 4/3 flyer. Yeah. D. And that's all of white. There is a surprising amount of gold cards in this. All right, so let's go back. What are white's best commons? That's what's going to be the bulk of your drafts. Museum Night Watch is definitely up there. I like that one a lot. The Makeshift Binding is also up there. Probably also Inside Source. And then probably Market Watch Phantom. Novice Inspector. If I had to pick a top 5, Novice Inspector's in there too. Alright, yeah, there you go. Those are top commons. Not on my watch seems good removal. But we talked about this a little bit earlier, Jugan. It's not that good. Because it has to be an attacking creature. But that's a very, very narrow window and when you're allowed to play it. So if you try to keep mana up for not on my watch and your opponent just doesn't attack, well then you've wasted 2 mana. There's not much you can do. So if you're playing a very defensive mid-range control-y deck, it's certainly better, but you don't want this in your white aggro deck of any kind. It's just too narrow. So good removal, I would not say good. If you need something, sure. It's one of those things where if your opponent's already attacking, then you're already in trouble. Yeah, I want to play the card because I want to yell, "Not on my watch!" Alright, let's move on to blue. Alright, first up. Behind the Mask. An instant for blue. Common. As an additional cost to cast this spell, you may collect Evidence 6. That's a lot. What's it do? Until end of turn, target artifact or creature becomes an artifact creature with base power and toughness 4/3. If evidence was collected, it has base power and toughness 1/1 until end of turn instead. Oh. Huh. So it's the same as the Lost Caverns of Ixalan, where for blue, you can make something into a 4/3. Or if you collect evidence 6, you can shrink an opponent's creature so that you can trade out with them in combat. Collect evidence 6 is a lot. I wouldn't say highly versatile. It's certainly more versatile than previous cards like this. Yeah, it gives you like a decent beatdown plan if you're playing like aggressive, like the blue-red artifact stuff. And if you're playing more blue control, it can help. That's fascinating. I'm not in love. But yeah, I like that it does at least gives you a little more flexibility than previous versions of this. That said, probably still not that great. Gonna stick with a D+ on it. D+. Candlestick. Again, literally clue. Uncommon, clue equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, and whenever it attacks, surveil 2. And then you can sacrifice the candlestick to draw a card, and the equip cost is 2. I'm a big fan of surveil. Surveil's better than Scry. It's even more relevant in this format because you kind of want cards in your graveyard in order to collect evidence with. This actually looks pretty solid. B- is a bit high. I wouldn't go that high. Like a C for Candlestick. And then once you get to the point where if you can't attack in and you can't surveil, you can always just sacrifice it to draw a card. Yeah, I like it. C for Candlestick. Only 1 to play. Equip cost is only 2. If it was any more than that on either side, I wouldn't like it. C. A blue case. Uncommon. Case of the Filched Falcon. So for blue, you get to investigate and make a clue. To solve it, you need to control 3 or more artifacts. And when it's solved, you pay 2 in a blue, sacrifice Case of the Filched Falcon, and put 4 +1/+1 counters on target non-creature artifact. It becomes a 0/0 bird with flying, in addition to its other types. So worst case scenario, it is a oh, what was that? What was that sorcery spell? Wasn't there literally a sorcery spell that just makes a clue for blue? Was it hard evidence? I was thinking hard evidence, yeah. It's literally that. And then if you happen to have a bunch of artifacts, you can turn one of those artifacts into a flyer. Again, worst case scenario, for blue, you get a clue that you can sacrifice later to draw a card if you don't think you're going to be able to solve it. Not bad. Again, it has a little bit of a build around because you need artifacts for it to do anything. I would not play this just to make a clue. The case stays resolved? Yeah, the case stays resolved. So it does come with its own clue, so you can animate the clue itself. There is a blue-red artifacts theme, again. So it probably is going to get its biggest home in the blue-red deck. You can't solve it on the same turn you play it. Why not? Is that a ruling? Is this based on the game clue? It's not based on the game clue. But they did make a clue version of Magic the Gathering. You can solve it on the same turn you play it, because it just solves on your end step, yeah. It's just not like right away right when you play it. Can you trigger the third part of the case whenever you want? No, it's on your end step. You don't get to choose when you solve it. As soon as you have like 3 more artifacts, when it hits your end step, it gets triggered. You don't have a choice there. Solved is an end step trigger, yeah. You can solve it the turn you play it. If you already have 2 other artifacts and then you cast this, you have 3 artifacts, go to your end step, it's solved. You absolutely can. And you can activate this at instant speed to get yourself an extra blocker or set up a flying bird for next turn. I'm coming up on it. Gonna be real. In a dedicated artifacts deck, with enough artifacts, you're basically getting a 4/4 flyer plus a card for 4. If it's solved, does it stay solved? Yes. Once it's solved, it stays solved. So for this one, once it's solved, then you can pay the tuna blue, sacrifice and activate it whenever you want. But it is always solved. So even if you like lose artifacts, this still stays solved. Yeah, if you're playing red-blue artifacts, think of it this way. This is a 2 blue for a 4/4 flyer. Would you be happy for that? Plus you can either animate the clue to make it with that, which means your 4/4 flyer, you can always pay 2 to sacrifice to draw a card. Or if you have another dorky artifact, you make that into the bird. I'm coming up on this. I'm coming up on it. Uh-oh. Can you respond to it becoming solved? That I don't know. I don't know if it's a trigger or state-based action. I'm probably going to play this a lot. I'm going to go with B-. I like this. I'm up on it. Not like, once you think of it that way, build around B-. You need the artifacts to make it work. If you don't have the artifacts, this card doesn't... It's a 3-mana draw card. That sucks. But with artifacts... I like it. Build around B-. 4/4 flyer for 4. Plus, like, think of the synergy. If you're playing the blue-red, it probably wants a lot of other artifacts, and this is just like a 1-mana enchantment that comes with an artifact. Like, there's got to be a lot of... There's got to be something there. All right. I'm up on it. I'm up on it. I wasn't at first. Now I am. Okay. Next. Curious Inquiry. An uncommon aura. Enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, investigate. Curious Obsession with extra steps. Only there's no penalty for not attacking, and it's only a blue. I like it. This is probably going to be one of those cards that people are playing more often than they should. You really want to cast this out when your opponent doesn't have mana up, so they can't respond to it, so you can at least get one swing in and ensure you get an investigation, because as soon as you get that one clue off of it, this is paid for itself. But if you like try to cast this onto one of your creatures and your opponent has a bunch of open mana, you're asking to get 2 for 1. But it could have its use. I like it more than the other auras. It's probably still only like a C-, but I feel like there's enough cheap flyers and things in blue anything that this can really pop off and just get you those extra clues. Yeah, probably still a C-. Gonna keep it conservative there. Next. Mistway Spy. Blue for a Merfolk Detective. Uncommon. It's a 1/1 flyer. 1/1 flyer for 1. Okay. Okay. Back it up. If I have any of these 1/1 flyers for 1, then I would absolutely play Curious Inquiry. Because if you got cheap flyers that you can make flying, that's fantastic. Sorry, go back. Also, it's Disguise for 1 and a blue. And when Mistway Spy is turned face up, till end of turn, whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, investigate. Great. I like this guy too. 1/1 flyer for 1. And then basically can turn himself up to attack, fly in, and investigate, or can turn face up and help one of your other creatures get you an investigate. Yeah. This looks pretty good. C+. Does the flipped up creature have summoning sickness? So summoning sickness rules stay the same. So like the turn you play this, it is summoning sick. And if you flip it up right away, it's still summoning sick. So you can't like get around that. Yeah, I like Mistway Spy. This it's a 1/1 flyer. It's not often you're going to target itself, I think, to help it investigate, but a lot of times I could see it flipping up one of my bigger creatures that doesn't get in blocked to help you investigate. C+ for Mistway Spy. Davey McFatfat, thank you for the resub. I love that it says whenever a creature, not target creature. So if you have multiple creatures getting in, you could get a bunch of clues too. Also relevant. I like them. C+. Bubble Smuggler. Squidfish? Octopus. Oh, sorry. Octopus fish. This guy's hilarious. 1 in a blue for a common, 2/1. With disguise, 5 in a blue. Jesus. As Bubbler Smuggler is turned face up, put 4 +1/+1 counters on it. Oh. It's Kicker with extra steps. Huh. Or Megamorph, yeah. Megamorph, but not. And he's adorable. Look at him. Total cost 9 mana for a 6/5. That's one way of looking at it, but it's 9 mana split across installments. This also means you can have a 2/1 for 2 mana when you need it. You can easily have a 2/2 Ward 2 if you got the time for it, if you think you can make the game go late. If you think you can make the game go late, well, then you've got a 6/5. Now, this is a versatile Kicker-esque card that has a lot of different modes. I honestly quite like it. It's still only like a C, because 6 mana is a lot. Plus, it's cute. Yeah, and he's cute. Look at him. See? 3 mana 2/2 with Ward 2, the best stat base for its cost? Not necessarily. If for some reason you're in a more aggressive blue-red deck, and you're on the play, you just sometimes want a 2/1 on turn 2 so you can attack with it on turn 3. It gives you that option. Or if you know you're playing against a deck that has a lot of 1-power creatures, then you don't play it down as a 2/1. Versatility, options. That's what helps it out. So, see? Next, the Burden of Proof. 1 in a blue for an uncommon aura. Flash. Enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 as long as it's a detective. Otherwise, it has base power and toughness 1/1 and can't block detectives. Flash auras are better, because that can help you get around 2-for-1ing yourself. You can either pump a detective, or shrink one of your opponent's creatures down to a little 1/1. Either a blue combat trick or a blue... Well, still a combat trick, really. It's a combat trick. That's fine. Still a C. It is better than Kazmina's transformation. Kazmina's transformation was not good. This at least makes it so they can't block detectives. But again, if you combat trick in when they're like attacking in or trying to block and shrink them and you get rid of them, that's good. Or if they try to put a blocker on and a detective you're really on a save, this gives you an option for it. It's fine. See? Next is deduce. 1 and a blue for a common instant. Draw a card. Investigate. Seen this kind of card so many times. Only it's with extra steps. I think I actually like it better. Think stuff like Hieroglyphic Elimination or Chemist's Insight, where there's always been like a 4-mana instant speed draw 2 cards. This one pretty much does the same thing, only it gives you a clue on top of it, and then you can pay the 2 for the other card whenever you want. It's a fine blue spell, giving it the I don't think there's a spells matter archetype. Yeah, I wouldn't be mad playing one. Still see. I wouldn't go so high into B-. Like, I wouldn't see this card and be like, oh, blue's open, I'm going to draft it. But I'd be happy playing it. See? Next, eliminate the impossible 1 and a blue for an uncommon instant. Investigate. Creatures your opponents control get -2, -0 until end of turn. If any of them are suspected, they are no longer suspected. Another blue shrink all your opponent's creatures effect. It hoses the suspect creatures because you just get rid of all their menace and it makes it easier to block, plus their power is gone. And it investigates to get you another clue. It's kind of like the white one, only defensively. Yeah, still looks okay. This is a good sideboard card. Like if you know you're playing against like the red-white aggro or the black-white or the green-white go wide, this is a very good sideboard card against it. I don't think I would mainboard this in most of those scenarios. So this is a good sideboard card. Sideboard D+. When I'm drafting, do I keep these scores handy for reference? I have before. I will I'll go back and check like the Excel sheets, what I said about it. But also just looking at the cards now and kind of getting this information in my head now kind of preps my brain for it and reps and gives me that the mental exercise of being able to look at a card and grade it so that while I'm actually doing the draft or I'm sitting down trying to build my sealed pool at pre-releases or GPs or whatever, being able to examine a card and get this information to myself, super helpful. I think in general, if anyone wants to be a better limited player, they should be doing a set review list for themselves. You don't have to like write it all down and try to make content out of it. But you can go one card at a time and just say to yourself, okay, talk it out. Is this an A, B, C, D, or an F? Yeah, building intuition. Yeah, good sideboard card. If you're facing the beatdown, D+ otherwise. Next is Exit Specialist. 1 and a blue for uncommon human detective. She's a 2/1, and she can't be blocked by creatures with power 3 or greater. That's the second time we've seen that. But also has Disguise for 1 and a blue. And when Exit Specialist turned face up, return another target creature to its owner's hand. Oh. Okay, I like her. She can be a decent early game aggressive creature, and then in a later game you can bounce something and keep yourself with a 2/1. I like her. This might be a B-. Yeah. Would I be happy paying 5 mana in a single turn for a 2/1 bounce? Probably. I wouldn't do it like in right away though. Yeah, I like her. I think this one's actually closer to a B minus. The power 3 or greater, it's really going to matter if you're facing like the big red green blacks or green decks, I think. But it does help give her a little bit of relevance later on. Yeah, I like her. B minus. Next, Flight. Goddamn, Kellen's everywhere. 1 in a blue for an uncommon aura with flash. When Flight enters the battlefield, enchanted creature gains hexproof until end of turn. Enchanted creature gets +1/+L and has flying. Hey, alright. Decent card to protect one of your better creatures. +1/+0 and flying until later is also decent. I would only really play this if I have a creature that's like really worth protecting though. Like if you just have a deck of nothing but like mostly commons and uncommons, who cares? But if you have like some like limited bomb, like one of the angels that we saw earlier, I would play this to help try to protect it. Like a C- aura, just because it can save a creature. But I don't like that. If it gave like another point of toughness, I would come up a little bit about it, because you can make it a little bit of a better combat trick. But it has utility. Is there planeswalkers in this set? So every set from now on is only going to have 1 planeswalker in it. This set's planeswalker is Kaya. Kalen is not a planeswalker, but they're doing shit with him because he's been showing up in every goddamn set for like the past 3 sets now. Isn't his dad Oko or something like that? If it is, someone tell Kalen his dad's a DILF. Next, Jaded Analyst. I read this as Jared Analyst. Alright, Jared Analyst, 1 in a blue. The 3/2 human detective, common, with Defender. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, Jaded Analyst loses Defender and gains Vigilance until end of turn. I get it. He's a detective, so the idea is you can sack a clue, then you're able to attack in with them. Only 2 toughness, though. Doesn't make it great. Because we've seen cards like this before. Think the Lost Caverns of Ixalan had the 1 in a blue 3/3 pirate where with Defender, but it can attack if you got a artifact. But then it's got 3 toughness. So it can kind of get past most 2/2s for 2. This guy doesn't. Makes him less good. He is a decent defender, though, because he can trade up pretty easily, just not a very good attacker. I would just play this card super defensively. I would not be concerned about trying to attack in with it unless that kind of happens incidentally. So this certainly is more of your kind of control-y card, not your beatdown card. He's a D. Jared Analyst, the Justice Dilf. Justice Dilf. I'd watch that show. But I'm not a dad. The D stands for detective. Detective I'd like to fuck. Yeah, D for Jaded Analyst. Not a fan. Next up, Lost in the Maze. X blue for a rare enchantment. With Flash. With Flash? When Lost in the Maze enters the battlefield, tap X creatures, put a stun counter on each of those creatures you don't control. Tapped creatures you control have hexproof. Oh! Oh! Again, the utility of this. So you can cast this as just blue, blue, X equals 0, flash it in, and just give your tapped creatures hexproof. So if you've already attacked or something and your opponent tries to cast something to it, just cast this for blue and blue and protect them. That's always an option. Or defensively, you pay X2 or X3, stun 2 or 3 of your opponent's creatures. Could potentially tap your own guys if you want to give them hexproof on top of that. Offensively, you can do that to tap your opponent's creatures so yours can get in. This looks really good. I'm into Lost in the Maze. This looks like an A. This buys you time when you need it. This lets you get in and win the game when you need it. This protects your creatures when you need it. This looks really cool. A for Lost in the Maze. Why did they decide to make that change to Planeswalkers? Because the balancing Planeswalkers for Constructed was such a pain in the ass for Standard. And because at some point when everyone's a goddamn Planeswalkers and Planeswalkers are fucking everywhere, then no one is special. That's also why they desparked a bunch of Planeswalkers. Alright. Prophet's Eidetic Memory. 1 in a blue for a rare legendary enchantment. Oh, sorry, not Prophet. Proft. Sorry, my brain read Prophet. Prophet. When Proft's Eidetic Memory enters the battlefield, draw a card. You have no maximum hand size. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you've drawn more than one card this turn, put X +1/+1 counters on target creature you control, where X is the number of cards you've drawn this turn, -1. That's on brand. It's true. I'm always thinking about Prophet. This is fine. It's basically 2 mana cycle. Give one of your creatures +1/+1. And then if you have any kind of extra card draw, you can get incidentally a couple extra +1/+1 counters on it. It's just kind of okay. At least it cycles. Because like basically 2 mana, you get to draw a card off it right away. And like 2 mana, it's the same as like actually cycling. 2 mana, discard a card, draw a different card. At worst, it's that. At best, you cycle and make something a little bit bigger. I would still give it a build-around grade. Because again, you need ways of drawing additional cards, which, if you're playing blue, chances are that's going to happen with clues. It's a build-around B. For some reason, I wouldn't splash for this unless you have ways of drawing extra cards to really pop off with it. Again, blues. If you don't have that, this doesn't really do a lot. So build around B. If you're not drawing cards, this is a D. Next up, Reasonable Doubt. 1 in a blue for a common instant. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 2. Spect up to 1 target creature. Oh. Mana leak and you suspect something? I feel about this one. Now it says counter target spell, which means you can't cast this unless you are targeting a spell. But the suspect 1 target creature on top of that is really interesting because you can use that to get rid of an opponent's potential blocker if you don't care about it, or you can make one of your creatures suddenly get menace. It's probably a bit clunky. We've seen these kind of mana leak ones before. The best one we've seen of this recently was the Streets of New Capenna can't remember the name of it. It's got the bargain on it. That one's better, because Mana Leak for 4 is better than Mana Leak for 2. It's probably a D. Make disappear, thank you. This is probably a D. I don't think it's quite good enough. Oh yeah, sorry, not Mana Leak, Quench. You're right. Yeah, I'm interested on the suspect part. Like, would I want to make this on my attackers to be able to attack in more? Do I want to get rid of their blocker but make them a better attacker? I feel like it's probably better you suspect your own creatures to get in there, but I don't know. Interesting design. Very curious how that plays out. We're gonna give it a D. Next, unauthorized exit. Oh, this is whenever chat closes the stream. 1 blue for common instant. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand and surveil 1. I'm a fan of a good bounce, personally. And it's any non-land permanent. You can target your own, you can target the opponent's. I'm a fan of these. You get the surveil on top of it, so you help make sure you're smoothing out your draws a bit. I like it. I wouldn't say it's premium removal or anything like that, but I would play these and be happy with it. See? It's very similar to like Brackish Blunder from Lost Caverns of Ixalan, where you bounce an opponent's creature. Only, you know, you got the clue if they were tapped. But the fact this can hit any non-land permanent and you get the surveil on top of it makes it a little bit better. I like it. See? We got another case. Case of the Ransacked Lab. 2 in a blue. For a rare case. Instant and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less. And to solve it, you've cast 4 or more instant and sorcery spells this turn, and once it's solved, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, draw a card. This is an F. It's an F. Sorry. It's a constructed card for sure. Like, there's going to be stuff you can do with this in constructed. In limited, though, no. You're not going to be casting 4 more instant spells and then getting, like, to pop off with it. You don't want this. This is an F. Do not play this card. Four more instants or sorceries is a lot. Keep in mind, like, typically in your draft deck, you're only maybe playing 8 spells and instants, not including artifacts or this case or other enchantments. And even if you go for a spell-heavy deck, usually your spell-heavy deck has what? 12, 13 spells? That's still a lot to cast in a single turn. And then, like, the payoff just isn't quite worth it. This is full on F. Constructed only. Don't play this card. Next is the Coveted Falcon. 1 blue for 1/4 rare artifact bird with flying. Whenever Coveted Falcon attacks, gain control of target permanent you don't control? What? Disguise for 1 in a blue. And when Coveted Falcon is turned face up, target opponent gains control of any number of target permanents you control. Draw a card for each one they gain control of this way. Oh, I see. When it attacks, gain control of target permanent you own but don't control. Oh, okay, I see. I read that completely wrong. So for some reason, if they take your stuff, you can use the Coveted Falcon to get it back. So for the most part, this is 1 blue for a 1/4 flyer. I don't think there's much like confiscation, coup, agent of treachery style stuff happening in this set, unless I'm super wrong. But this is a 3 mana 1/4 flyer. I mean, I guess I guess you can turn it face up to give them some stupid stuff. And then attack to get it back and draw an extra card on top of it. Man, that seems like a lot of work, though. The best case scenario. Put this face down for 3 mana, right? You got a 2/2. You can face this up in response to your opponent doing something. So, like, if they're targeting one of your creatures with, like, a kill spell, you can just flip this face up, give them the creature they're killing anyway, and you draw a card on top of it. Or, if you somehow manage to untap with it, you can flip it face up, give them something, then attack, get it back right away, and draw a card off of it. Give opponent clues to draw cards, then stick back your clues. Yeah, but if they got the mana for it, then they can just sack the clue in response, and they get the card. Give them spare lands? I don't even know if I would do that. That's like real... Giving them lands like real late game board stall style. And if you're at that point, that may be happening in sealed. That's a weird one. I think the best way to use it is basically a not really protecting a creature, but kind of punishing an opponent for trying to use a kill spell on one of your guys. Because then you give them the target creature anyway. It's already gonna die, but you just get to draw a card off of it. It's a lot of work, man. Other than that, it's a solid defensive creature for your more mid-rangey controller decks, but kind of makes my brain hurt. I'm gonna say C-. I think more often than not, I'm just gonna play it as a 1/4. Is this the biggest meme card? It's quite the meme. Alright, new goal. Sometime on draft, my goal is do this shit. And if I somehow do this shit in a draft, chat owes me 5 gifted subs. C-. Next, Crime Stopper Sprite. Tuna blue for a Fairy Detective, a common. It's a 2/2 with flying. As an additional cost to cast the spell, you may collect Evidence 6. When it enters the battlefield, tap target creature, and if evidence was collected, put a stun counter on it. Flying Frost Lynx. I like this card. This actually looks quite good. A 2/2 flyer for 3 mana early on is great, and then in the late game, you can collect Evidence 6 and tap down your opponent's best creature. Good defensively and defensively. And a 2/2 flyer for 3. I'm into it. C+. New goal, put that bird in your deck and give your opponent lethal with it. I'll show him. Alright, C+ for Crime Stopper Sprite. I like it. Might be one of Blue's top 5 commons? The fact that it's a flyer and a detective is very relevant. Next, Cryptic Coat. Tuna blue for a rare equipment. When Cryptic Coat enters the battlefield, cloak the top card of your library, then attach Cryptic Cloak to it. The equipped creature gets +1/+0 and can't be blocked. You can pay 1 and a blue to return Cryptic Coat to its owner's hand. Huh. So basically, at its base, you have a 3 mana 3/2 that can't be blocked. With Ward 2, that's actually really relevant. And then sometimes, if it happens to be another creature, you can turn it face up. Only if it's a creature. And it can still not be blocked, and you can return it back to your hand and keep doing that. This looks cool. This is going to be a fun one. B+. Yeah, it is pseudo card draw, because you're just taking it off the top of your library, and just gives, if it's other creatures, you get to play them on. That's fascinating. I'm into it. B+. Neat. Next, Dramatic Accusation. 2 and a blue for common aura. Enchant a creature. When Dramatic Accusation enters the battlefield, tap enchanted creature. Enchanted creature does not untap during its controller's untap step. And for blue, shuffle the enchanted creature into its owner's library. Yep, that's your classic blue tap down effect. To shuffle it back into its owner's library is an interesting choice on top of it. Is there a world in which you'd want to do that? Maybe. If your opponent's looking to, like, bounce the enchanted creature back to its hand or even destroy it, you'd rather it be back in the library than in the graveyard. But for the most part, this is your blue tap down aura that they've had in many other ways. At least this is only 2 and a blue and not 1 blue, which makes it a little bit better. This is fine. It's another C. Next is Forensic Gadgeteer. 2 and a blue for a rare Vidalcan Artificer Detective. She's a 2/3. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, investigate. Activated abilities of artifacts you control cost 1 less to activate. Oh. Oh, she makes all your clues cost 1 to sacrifice? And she comes with a clue herself. No, she doesn't. Sorry, whenever you cast an artifact spell. There's another build-around card because she cares about artifacts, and it has to be when you cast an artifact spell, not just when an artifact enters the graveyard. So, basically, she goes in the blue-red artifact deck, and probably not much else, but in that blue-red artifact deck, that's pretty huge. This would work with, like, the equipment that we saw, like the candle. I like her. That's a B. It's a 2/3 for 3 mana. So pseudo build around because you really want her in the artifacts deck, but even just like 4 or 5 artifacts in your deck and she can get you some extra clues, I'd be happy with it. So B for Forensic Gadgeteer. Next up is a Forensic Researcher. 2 and a blue for an uncommon Merfolk Detective. 1/3. You can tap it to untap another target permanent you control, and you can tap it to collect evidence. 3 to tap target creature you don't control. This is an interesting design choice. So untap another target permanent you control, so you can give your creatures pseudo vigilance. More importantly, this is ramp. Because you can tap all your lands, tap this, untap one of your lands, retap that land to get additional mana, and then cast a bigger spell. And then you start using your evidence to tap down the opponent's creatures. And it's only evidence 3, which isn't too bad. Blue-green has a collect evidence theme, which is great, because for once it's not blue-green ramp. I think blue-green has some self-mill cards as well, so if you're filling up your graveyard, it gives you something. The stats on it aren't amazing, though. Doesn't matter. Like, it's tapping stuff and manipulating the board quite a bit. And a 1/3 still stops, at 3 mana, stops most of the 2/2s. Yeah, seems fine. I'm looking at more of the way you can give your creatures pseudo-vigilance, or even that extra mana whenever you need it. Leaning C for it still, like, it's not incredible. But it looks interesting. See. Furtive Courier, 2 and a blue for uncommon Merfolk Advisor. It's a 3/2. Furtive Courier can't be blocked as long as you've sacrificed an artifact this turn, and whenever it attacks, you can draw a card, then discard a card. A Looter in blue at 3 mana? I'd just be happy playing this in general. Obviously, the dream is you sacrifice a clue so it can't be blocked, but then you get to loot on top of that if it attacks. Even if you can't do that, I would attack into a 3/2. Ditch a land, draw something else. Yeah, I'd be super happy with Furtive Courier. That's a B. Think of like how efficient the Volatile Wanderglyph was in Lost Caverns of Ixalan. The one in the red for the 2/2 where you got to draw a card every time it, or you got to rummage every time it attacked. That was huge. This gets to loot whenever it attacks. B for Furtive Courier. Next up, Projector Inspector. 2 and a blue for common human detective. That's a 3/2. Whenever the Projector Inspector or another detective enters the battlefield under your control, and whenever a detective you control is turned face up, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. Great. That is 2 and a blue for a 3/2 that draws a card, discard a card when it enters the battlefield, and lets you do that some more with other detectives. Happy with that one, too. B- for that guy. Next. Steam Core Scholar. 2 and a blue for a rare weird detective. 2/2 flying vigilance. When Steam Core Scholar enters the battlefield, draw 2 cards. Then discard 2 cards unless you discard an instant or sorcery card or a creature with flying. The flavor text is just, that's weird. Yeah, I mean, a 3 mana 2/2 flying vigilance lets you draw 2, discard 2. Great. B. Every now and then you can discard a non-relevant flying creature or instant or sorcery, which helps collect evidence. Yeah, happy playing that one. It's one of those cards where you want to be a little careful about it, like, because you don't really want to cast this when you have an empty hand. Because then there's a good chance you could just draw 2, discard both cards. But even just having 1 card in your hand that you don't care about, drawing 2, tossing them away, that's pretty good. B for Steam Core Scholar. Next up, Cold Case Cracker. Oh, I don't think you're allowed to call people that anymore. 3 and a blue for a common spirit detective. It's a 3/3 flyer, and when it dies, investigate. Yep. Banned from Twitch, probably. That's fine. See, it's a 4 mana 3/3 flyer that gets you another card when it dies. That's fine. See. Next. Out Cold, 3 and a blue for a common instant. This spell can't be countered. Tap up to 2 target creatures and put a stun counter on each of them. Investigate. I'm always really a fan of these kinds of cards. It's only 4 mana to tap 2, stun them, and you get a clue out of it. That's some good blue control. It's really, realistically, still only like a C, maybe C+, but I personally really like cards. That's a lot of upside. That's quite the power creep, because they've had these kind of cards many times before, but a lot of times they don't give you a card afterwards, and also this just can't be countered, which means it gets through ward. So all their like face down 2/2s, it gets through that. So kind of huge out cold. I like it. See. Next, reenact the crime. 1 blue for a rare instant. Exile target non-land card in a graveyard that was put there from anywhere this turn. Copy it. You may cast the copy without paying its mana cost. It's pretty memey. The triple blue makes it difficult to cast. Even just looking at like cards going into the graveyard, because if you try to do this on your opponents, I guess it says you may cast the copy without paying its mana cost. Not till end of turn, just you may. You can use it against a creature that dies and hold it up until your turn, then cast the copy. The triple blue just makes it clunky. Not into it. It looks like a C-. Because, you know. Yeah. I guess I think you have to cast it right away though, right? Because it casts a copy without paying its mana cost. And if you don't like get to hold on to the copy. It's not like fucking arena, alchemy mechanic, conjure, whatever. Yeah, so if you do it on your turn, you can make a creature out of it. On the opponent's turn, it has to be something with flash or another instant. I think it's just an F. Yeah, I'm gonna go with F. Mostly because of the triple blue. If it was like 3 blue, that's not as bad. But I think the clunky mana cost makes it the roughest. It does ignore timing restriction? Okay, well, that's something, but probably still not worth it. Yeah, F. Someone's gonna do it, though. They're really gonna want it, and they're gonna feel really good when they do. Moving on. Sudden setback. 2 blue, uncommon instant. The owner of target spell or non-land permanent puts it on top or bottom of their library. Okay. Kind of like unlucky drop. But the difference with this card is that you can do it to their spell. So like without it, before it even like resolves and becomes a permanent, you can pseudo counter. It's commit. Like the commit half of commit to memory. If they put it on top, well then you tempo play them. If they put it on bottom, well then that's a card you don't have to worry about anymore. That's fine. Probably still just like a C. Well, you can also... Your permanent's already in play and just not that. Yeah, it's a C. Maybe C+. No, I'll say C+. Because it can be huge. And again, it's either tempo play or just get rid of the problem. And potentially like do a protection spell if you need to bounce pseudo counter something. Would you ever hit one of your own things with this? You can, but I'd say likely not. Usually better just at the opponent stuff. I'll say C+. Next, Surveillance Monitor. 3 blue for an uncommon Vidalcan Detective. He's a 3/3. When it enters the battlefield, you may collect evidence for. And whenever you collect evidence, you make a 1/4 colorless Thopter artifact with flying. Heh. I like it. 4 mana 3/3. Collect evidence 4 and you get a 1/1 Thopter on top of it. Is it good enough to play on its own? Yeah, he's okay enough. Seems to want to be more in the green deck or other cards that let you collect evidence so you can make extra Thopters out of it. Like if you got a lot of Thopters or a lot of evidence collecting and you just keep making 1/1s out of it, that's cool. What I pay is a 4 mana 3/3. Fine, but later on you also get a 1/1 out of it. Hey, look, it'll be fun. I'm going to give it a build around grade because I think it only really is best if you manage to do if you get his trigger more than once. So, like, build around C+. You might need self-mill. I think green-blue has quite a bit of that. I think its biggest home is going to be in green-blue. But there'll be other instances where, you know, it can be all right. So, C+ for surveillance monitor. Pseudo build around. Benthic Criminologist, 4 blue for a common merfolk wizard. It's a 4/5. Whenever the Criminologist enters the battlefield or attacks, you may sacrifice an artifact. If you do, draw a card. All right. That's a 5-mana 4/5 that gets you a free clue stack. Or if you have other artifacts like Thopters you don't care about, you can stack them to draw a card. Yeah, those are okay. Pretty dorky otherwise. These are Ds. Like 5-mana 4/5. Sure, D. Intrude on the Mind. 3 blue for a mythic instant. Reveal the top 5 cards of your library and separate them into 2 piles. An opponent chooses one of those piles. Put that pile into your hand and the other into your graveyard. Create a 0/0 colorless Thopter artifact creature token with flying. Then put a +1/+1 counter on it for each card put into your graveyard this way. So at 5 mana instant speed, you're going to get cards into your hand and some kind of creature. And again, you can separate those piles into any way you want. You can make it a pile of 1 really good card and 4 garbage cards. So like could get like 1 really powerful effect. But then if they give you that 1 card, then you got 4/4 flyer. But if they give you the 4 cards, when you got 4 cards in your hands, you still got 1/1 Thopter that you can chump with. That's fascinating. This looks really cool. I like this. Card advantage. Plus like a decent flyer out of it. Even if it's just a chump blocker. Oh, it does reveal the top 5. It does say reveal. Damn. I was hoping they were still face down. It does say reveal. But still. Still really good. B+ for Intrude on the Mind. Just quite a few cards. And a instant speed big flyer. And since it's revealed, your opponent does have a little bit more information about it than usual, but still. Next, Living Conundrum, 4 blue for an uncommon elemental. It's a 2/5 with hexproof. Didn't know they're allowed to use that word anymore. If you would draw a card while your library has no cards in it, skip that draw instead. As long as there are no cards in your library, Living Conundrum has a base power, toughness 10/10, and has flying and vigilance. Oh, that's the meme! Yeah, it's such a Johnny card. This is like a D, because a 2/5 hexproof is a really good blocker. But the meme potential's like A+. No, I mean, you really shouldn't play this card unless you have nothing else. It is hexproof though, so that's a target for all your auras and equipment and all that. It's just a 2/5 otherwise. It doesn't have flying until you're out of cards in your library, but if you can make that happen, think about it. Alright. Yeah. Clunky filler, D. Good meme potential though. Next is Agency Outfitter, 4 blue for an uncommon Sphinx Detective. It's a 4/3 flyer. When it enters the battlefield... Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry. When it enters the battlefield, you may search your graveyard, hand, and or library for a card named Magnifying Glass and or a card named Thinking Cap and put them onto the battlefield. I don't know what those cards are. I assume they're artifacts we'll see later? God damn it, hold on. Let's see if we can find what those are. Okay, so Magnifying Glass The 3 mana rock, and you pay 4 and investigate. That's whatever. Thinking Cap is a 1 mana artifact. Equip creature gets +1/+2. Equip Detective 1? Otherwise, equip cost 3? I get it. You get your Sherlock Holmes pieces. Okay, so let's go back to the Sphinx, right? This is a D-. That is an overcosted 4/3 flyer. But you have the Magnifying Glass and you have the Thinking Cap, and you just get both those cards onto the battlefield. Kind of huge, because the Magnifying Glass can tap for artifact or 1 colorless, which means it allows you to equip the Thinking Cap onto the Agency Outfitter right away and make him a 5/4 flyer. That's something. It'll cost 6 mana. So he's like a D-, and then if you have those cards, he's like a D+. That's still not quite worth it. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. The Thinking Cap is +1/+2, not +1/+1. It's still like a D+. At 6 mana, you can do better things. Next, Hotshot Investigators. 5 blue, common, Vidalcan Detective. They're 4/4. When the Hotshot Investigators enter the battlefield, return up to 1 other target creature to its owner's hand. If you control it, investigate. Okay, this is like a solid filler plus. 6 mana 4/4 that can bounce something. That's okay. 6 mana is a lot. D+ on its own. Might be a little bit more helpful in sealed than draft. But D+ for those guys. Next. Final blue card. Conspiracy Unraveler. 5 blue for a Mythic Sphinx Detective. It's a 6/6 flyer. And it says you may collect evidence 10 rather than pay the mana cost for spells that you cast. That's expensive. I mean, it's big. Collect evidence 10. Chances are you'll be able to collect evidence 10 like once. You get like 1 free cast off of it. Once it costs 7 mana, you might, there's a good chance you're going to be like close to out of spells. Uh-huh. It seems too costly. 7 mana is a lot. That's so much mana. Again, in your limited play in draft, you will so likely end up with only 5-6 lands out. Getting up to 7 is not super common. I mean, if you get it to stick around, it is a beater. I'll say B-, just because that is a big flyer, but the mana cost is too much to make it anything better than that. And the collect evidence 10 will maybe help you cast like 1 spell, maybe 2. But again, by the time you cast a 7 mana creature, like, your hand's probably empty. But if you can cast it, that is a big beater. Just probably unreliable, and I would not prioritize picking this in draft over most other cards. Yeah, B- for Conspiracy Unraveler, and even then I'm like, that's a lot. I don't know if I would play it. All right, that's blue. I'm going to get more tea and honey to help my throat. If you guys don't mind just holding on for a moment, go get some more tea, and we'll keep going. All right, tea acquired. As a reminder, everyone, I don't know if I ever actually said it for sure for you guys, but I will be at MagicCon Chicago. Probably doing a lot of limited of murders at Karlov Manor. So, if you're also going to be there and you see me, say hi. Alright. Get black. Case of the Gorgon's Kiss. Black. When this case enters the battlefield, destroy up to one target creature that was dealt damage this turn. Okay. Now it is an enchantment, so you have to do it on your turn. So basically you attack, your opponent makes blocks, you play this post-combat, and you can kill something. And to solve it, 3 or more creature cards were put into graveyards from anywhere this turn. And if it's solved, the case becomes a 4/4 Gorgon creature with Death Touch and Lifelink. We've seen these kind of cards quite a bit before, where it's like post-combat, you play it, kill something that was dealt damage. And I like that it's anywhere this turn. So it is possible like you could have this card down already, your opponent attacks, and you somehow use extra removal or unfavorable blocks to get 3 or more of their creatures, or you just have to kind of want to willingly do trades. I mean, you kill another thing and you get a 4/4 Gorgon creature, Death Touch, Lifelink. That's quite a bit. Yeah, this actually seems solid. I think it's a C+. With things like Surveil count for solving, it would. Because it says creature cards put into the graveyards from anywhere. So if for some reason your opponent mills, tokens would not count, because the tokens don't actually enter the graveyard. It says creature cards. Can you solve the same turn it comes into play? You can, yeah. So if like you swing a bunch of stuff, and you lose 2 creatures, and your opponent loses 1, then you can play this post-combat, still kill one of their chump blockers or whatever, and then you immediately solve it at your end step, and you got yourself a 4/4 Death Touch Lifelink for 1 mana. I think this could actually be solid. This looks like a C+. I think I'd rather play this in a more aggressive deck. Just because you want them to be like using their walls or chump blocks, or not even chump blocks, but like they block your 2/2 with their 3/4 or something, and then you can kind of get them. Yeah, I think it's better to rely on this card with you solving it on your own with creatures and stuff. I like it. C+. Yeah, again, if you can kill one of their creatures, and if you happen to get a 4/4 Lifelink Death Touch out of it, that seems really good. Oh, Wake Up Dormouse, thank you for the resub. And Locke just now knows the $25 donation. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right, next up. Esther Leech. You. Black for an uncommon zombie leech. It's a 1/1. When it deals combat damage to a player, you mill 2 cards. And you pay 1 and a black to give it +2/+2 until end of turn. Activate only once each turn. This actually looks solid. Threat of activation is very real. Early in the game, like you attack with it, your opponent can't really block because you can easily make it into a 3/3. And if you hit them, then you get to mill 2, which if you're playing black, you probably want. I know, the art makes it look like it should have reach. If it's eating birds. And it does say you mill to, not you may, so you have to. Keep that in mind. A quite like it. It is going to be a card that, you know, has the best home in your green-black self-mill. Probably in your blue-black control. I don't know if I'd necessarily play this in, like, my white-black deck. Maybe not even the red-black, because the self-mill could add up. I wonder if all the self-mill and evidence collecting will end up being a lot like... let me think. What's the name of the set? Ah, crap. Not all drain. The set with all the escape cards. Because in that set, when you had a Theros, thank you. Because in that set, if you had a lot of escape and you could do a lot of self-mill. And a lot of times when that happens, you actually want to have a more than 40 card deck. I wonder if there's potential for that in this format with green-black if you're doing a lot of self-mill and evidence collecting. Maybe. I like Fester Leech though. B-. Lead Pipe. Black. Artifact clue equipment. Enchanted equipped creature gets +2/+0. Whenever your equipped creature dies, each opponent loses 1 life. I mean, I get it. Like, in your black-white 2-power deck, you start throwing this on dudes, so even if your opponent starts blocking them, you're still, like, pinging them for life. That's really unexciting, though. C-. Again, you can at least sacrifice it later to draw a card, but that's a pretty unexciting. Yeah, alright. Next, Slice from the Shadows. X and a black for a common instant. This spell can't be countered. Target creature gets -X until end of turn. Jesus. And it can't be countered, so it gets through Ward. Yep, just a pretty reliable black removal spell. C+. I like that it gets through wards, which means you can, for 3 mana, you take out their 3 mana face down creature. Which doesn't really give you a mana advantage, but at least gets you through the ward if you need it. C+. Snarling Gorehound. Black for a common dog. It's a 1/1 with menace. Still a good boy. Whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield under your control, surveil 1. Okay. Another way of milling / in card advantage. He's a good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. I still like him. Not super exciting. Like a 1/1 menace for 1 is fine. See? I wouldn't play more than 1 though. Next is Toxin Analysis. Black for a common instant. Target creature gains Death Touch and Lifelink until end of turn. And Investigate. Again, we see these kind of tricks before, but this one at least comes with the clue so it can replenish itself later. A lot of times they don't replace themselves, and that doesn't make them very good. But for only a black, whatever creature you need to trades up. And the lifelink is just like a little bonus on top of it. It's fine. It's another fine combat trick. D+. Jetpack Dragon, thank you for the resub. Case of the Stashed Skeleton. He's holding the pipe. And there's a Jace doll down below. What does it mean? 1 and a black for a case. Rare. When this case enters the battlefield, you create a 2/1 black skeleton creature token and suspect it. You get 2/1 menace for 2. Okay. And to solve it, you control no suspected skeletons. No sussy skeletons! Oh man, this whole format gonna be pretty sussy. But once it's solved, you can pay 1 and a black, sacrifice the case, search your library for a card, and put it into your hand at sorcery speed. Jace leaving his Myrtle around. Yeah. There was some other card that there's some other card that had this specific Jace doll. I forget which one. But it's like a callback to something. Probably something Ravnica, whatever. But it's gonna be Sussy Baka. I mean, you get a 2/1 menace for 2. And then whenever that skeleton dies, you can then sacrifice this case to find any card. That's quite good. In your more aggressive black deck, not really in your black control deck, so like not quite black-blue because the skeleton can't block, but in your more aggressive one, like white-black deck, very happy to play this. Black-red, absolutely happy to play this. Now this looks really good. It's only going to be as good as the best card in your deck, though. Because, you know, you can find anything. Which, for the most part, can be a removal spell for when you need it. It can be your next biggest creature, whatever. But yeah, I'd be happy playing this just for the first part in my black aggressive decks. And either black-red or black-white is where it's going to work best. I guess maybe black-green. But not in your blue-black. Which makes it good enough. Yep. Good. B+. Next. Extract a Confession. 1 in a black for a common sorcery. As an additional cost to cast the spell, you may collect evidence 6. Each opponent sacrifices a creature. If evidence was collected, instead, each opponent sacrifices a creature with the greatest power among creatures they control. It's just an edict effect. But with enough evidence, you can help make sure your opponent gets rid of their biggest thing. It does say each opponent, so, you know, I guess commander shenanigans or whatever. I like it. Sorcery speed. It's okay. I don't love edict effects, especially at sorcery speed. C-. Normally I'm like D on these, but because you can collect evidence 6 later on to help make sure your opponent's sacrificing their biggest thing, slightly better, I suppose, but I don't love it. Next, Homicide Investigator, 1 in a black for a rare human detective. It's a 2/2. Whenever one or more non-token creatures you control die, investigate. This ability triggers only once each turn. Yep. That's quite good. That is a 2/2 with a lot of upside. Sack deck filler? Think beyond sack deck filler, or even sacrifice deck. This is just if any one of your creatures die, you get a clue on top of it and you get to draw on top of it. It's not quite as good as like why am I blanking on so many cards? The 1/4 from I think it was Realm Reborn, or not Realm Reborn. Writing too much Final Fantasy. Morbid Opportunist. Random knows. Thank you. Not quite as good as Morbid Opportunist, but still quite good. This is a B+. Moving on. Give me 1 second, chat. All right, thank you. Leering Onlooker. 1 in a black for an uncommon vampire with flying. She's a 1/3. And you pay 2 black, exiler from your graveyard to create 2 tapped 1/1 black bat creature tokens with flying. That's really good. This is good for numerous reasons. Kat, can you think of why this would be so good? Well, I'll tell you. It's a 1/3 flyer for 2, so you can get some cheap chip damage in, decent blocker as well. But more importantly, black has so much self-mill stuff. There's a good chance this card gets milled. If it gets milled, that's something you can still use from your graveyard. And you get 2 1/1 bat bats out of it. Start flying in, chipping for more damage, or you get 2 1/1 chump blockers out of it. Very cool. Yeah, I'd be happy playing these. It's like a B-. It's not like a windmill slam. You see it, go ham, but this is a card that gives you a lot of versatility, especially if you're looking to collect evidence or if you got that self-mill stuff. So B- for Leering Onlooker. Or if you surveil it. Look at that. Next is Long Goodbye. For 1 and a black uncommon instant, this spell can't be countered. Destroy target creature or planeswalker with mana value 3 or less. Wow. How's that for mana creep? Or power creep? What was the other one that was like this? 1 in a black, destroy target thing, mana value 3 or less. Only now it just can't be countered. As a standard player, get fucked, Rafine. Dude, you're so right. I guess I'd rather pay this than cut down versus Rafine decks. Get through ward. That's huge. Yeah, this is quite good. Easy B. In limited for murders, though. Murder. This is going to take out any 3 mana face down 2/2 with a mana advantage because you're only paying 2 mana to do so. And yeah, a lot of versatility here. B for Long Goodbye. I like how they made all this ward stuff for people, and now they're just printing cards that just gets through ward. All right. Next is Outrageous Robbery. X black for a rare instant. Target opponent exiles the top X cards of their library face down. You may look at it and play those cards for as long as they remained exiled. You cast a spell this way, you may spend mana as though it were a mana of any type to cast it. Okay. I mean, it's no Gonti. It's one of those cards that gets better the longer the game goes, because then you get to exile more of their cards. It's one of those... My deck? I don't want to play my deck. I'll play your deck. It's not like an insta-win bomb or anything like that, but it will be a fun card. Now, does it say play? It does say play, so if you hit lands, you do get to play their lands that you hit. I would not cast this unless X was at least 2, because otherwise you're not even getting like a card advantage out of it. But yeah, this is a card that just gets better the longer the game goes. It's still only like a C. It's fun, for sure. But I wouldn't like see this card and get like... Be like, oh, I'm doing it! This will get him! Because, like, again, this card is only going to be as good as, like, the cards you hit out of your opponent's deck, and you're kind of spinning the wheel either way. So, it's only like a C, but it's a fun C. Presumed dead, 1 a black for an uncommon instant. Until end of turn, target creature gets +2/+0, and when it dies, return to the battlefield under its owner control, and suspect it. Okay, so it dies, comes back, and then has Menace that can't block. Yeah, these cards are okay. Red-black has some sort of suspect synergy, so has the strongest home in there. It's still very much an aggressive card, because they are coming back with suspect, so they can't even block. So, better for your more aggressive black decks, not your control decks. Even then, that's fine. D+. Next is Repeat Offender. 1 in a black for a common human assassin. She's a 2/1. You can pay 2 in a black. If Repeat Offender is suspected, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Otherwise, suspect it. So it's a 2 mana 2/1. You can pay 3 mana into Menace. And then you can kind of keep leveling it up. I'm not into it. This looks like a D. That's a lot of mana to pump into a dork. Yeah, D. This is a complete filler card. Not very good. Oh, I just realized I did not go back and say Blue's best commons. Let me go back and do that real quick before I forget. I had a pretty good idea of the commons I liked. I'm into Out Cold personally. I don't know if that'll be one of their best ones, but it might be up there. Top 5? Probably. I like that. Projector Inspector was also very, very good. That's up there. Yeah, Projector Inspector might be the best one. Dramatic Accusation, because it's a removal spell, that's in the top 5. I love Crime Stopper Sprite, also in the top 5. Unauthorized Exit, I think, probably like 4th or 5th place. And finally, probably the Bubble Smuggler, to be honest. I like 5th place. There you go. The coats are rare. I'm talking about their commons. Again, I do best commons because that's mostly what you're going to be looking at when you're doing your drafts. All right, let's go back. D for Repeat Offender. Unscrupulous Agent. 1 and a black for a common Elf Detective. It's a 1/1. When it enters the battlefield, target opponent exiles a card from their hand. Hell yeah. It's that stupid snail. Only now it's a detective. Again, I like cards like this. Greater Virus Beetle. Yeah, the exile from their hand is pretty huge, which means they can't use that card for evidence later or have any kind of graveyard synergies. I like it. I am a blue-black Magic player by heart, so cards like this speaks to me. It's like a C-. I do like that it's a detective, so it could have detective synergies. But yeah, it's a 1/1 that you at least get a card out of their hand right away with. C-. Alley Assailant. 2 and a black for a common vampire rogue. It's a 3/3, enters the battlefield tapped. It also has Disguise for black. An Alley Assailant is turned face up. Target opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. Okay. I'd be happy playing this as a 3-mana 3/3 in my, again, more aggressive black decks. If you disguise it, does it enter tapped? It does not, no. Because it's its face down generic creature rather than its face upside. So you can't put it down as a 3-mana 2/2 with ward. But I think more often than that's a huge disguise cost. More often than not, I would just play this out as a 3-mana 3/3. And that you can get aggressive with. And I guess in an emergency, if you can't really afford to not have a defender, then you put it down its face down side, so you have a 2/2 blocker at least. Yeah, that makes it okay. It's a C. I don't see myself activating its disguise cost very often. Maybe in sealed. Does turning it face up count as entering the battlefield? It does not, because it's already on the battlefield. That's why it says when turned face up rather than enter the battlefield for a lot of these effects. It's still a C though. Yeah, I like that you can be aggressive with it and just let it enter the battlefield tapped if you want to keep attacking with it. Or put it face down as a 2/2 blocker should you need it. C. Cerebral Confiscation. 2 and a black for a common sorcery. Choose one. Your opponent discards 2 cards. Or they reveal their hand. You can choose a non-land card from it and force them to discard that card. Interesting. Mortal Mind Rot? Rip Mind Rot, I guess. This is just better Mind Rot. How would you play this card? In the early game, it's slightly better to look at the opponent's hand and make them discard their best card. Plus, you get to see their hand and get that information. But then when they're only down to like 1, 2, 3 cards in their hand, then you just force them to discard 2 because they don't have good options either way. That said, not really a card you really want to put into your deck. It's still a D. But notably, this is a card that does get better in formats like Sealed, where it's harder for your opponent to keep their card advantage up. Still a Mind Rot. Still a D. This could be like potential sideboard opportunity if your opponent just... You know that your opponent has a card in their deck that's like impossible for you to deal with. And a good way to deal with it is to try to make them discard it when you think they have it in their hand. Alright, let's move on. Clandestine Meddler. Tuna black for an uncommon vampire rogue. It's a 3/2. When the Meddler enters the battlefield, suspect up to one other target creature you control. Whenever one or more suspected creatures you control attack, surveil one. Okay. There's a little bit of synergy for your suspect stuff. An extra surveil is actually pretty cool. He's solid. And for some reason you don't have any other creatures, it's a 3/2 for 3, which is about where it is. So, C. C for Clandestine Meddler. Next. Hunted Bone Brute. Oh, look at the two good boys trying to get this dead dinosaur. Tuna black for a rare skeleton beast. It's a 6/2 menace. When it enters the battlefield, target opponent gets two good boys. When Hunted Bone Brute dies, each opponent loses 3 life. And it has Disguise. 1 in a black. This is a weird one. It is enter the battlefield. So if you cast it for 2 in a black, your opponent does get the dogs. But if you disguise it down first, and then flip it up for the menace, your opponent doesn't get no doggies. Because you flipped it up and it's already in the battlefield. I get it. It's like hiding the bones from the doggies. Why would you hide the bones from the good boys, though? Wouldn't you want to give them... some bones for being a good boy? I mean, it only has 2 toughness, so it's going to get double blocked pretty easily. And when it does, your opponent loses 3 life. Gee. I'm not super into it. It's like a C. The good boys look like they're having the time of their life, though. They just see a giant treat that they have to chase, and they love that. Yeah, C for the Hunted Bone Brute. Guess it's like a fine blocker too, because it trades up and you force the opponent to lose 3. Yeah, it's a lot of extra work. See? Alright, next. Murder. Murder. Of course they put murder in the Murders at Karlov Manor set. 1 black common instant, destroy target creature. I don't really need to say much. B. Next, Barb Servitor. 3 in a black for a rare construct. Artifact creature. 1/1 indestructible. When he enters the battlefield, suspected. Okay, so he's actually a 1/1 menace that can't block. And whenever Barb Servitor with indestructible. Whenever Barb Servitor deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card and lose a life. Ooh, and whenever Barb Servitor is dealt damage, target player loses that much life. Ooh. Ooh. At 4 mana? I mean, it's a 4 mana 1/1 that can start swinging in and draw you extra cards, which is tight. More importantly, if you get a way of removing Suspect off of it, you have a 1/1 indestructible that can just block anything and you make the opponent lose life for whatever it blocks. He just wants to serve you a drink. Do you not want it? I'm into it. Is there anything in the set that removes Suspect counters yet? Yes, there is. I'd be happy playing this in my aggressive black decks for sure, because that's a very good way of making sure you get to draw extra cards. And then if you need to get defensive, if you got ways of removing suspect, he gets that much better. Yeah, this is like a B on its own. Becomes a B plus if you got ways of removing suspect and giving yourself a really good blocker. Like, you either draw cards or your opponent loses life. Not good for them either way. I'm going to say B plus for Barb Servitor. Not sure what the art is up with murder. Is a person dead on the ground? That's a good question. I assume it's just like a dead merfolk lady who died in such a way that her dress flew out around her, or she's on a bed and it's completely perfect and hot and sexy. I don't know. I don't actually know. It's Zagana. I don't know who Zagana is. Alright, next. An illicit masquerade. 3 and a black for a rare enchantment. Flash. When does the battlefield put an imposter counter on each creature you control? When it enters the battlefield, all your creatures become Sussy Baka? Whenever a creature you control with an imposter counter on it dies, exile it, return up to one other target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. Getting sussy! That's interesting. So if you have a bunch of creatures, when your creatures die, you just get another creature from the graveyard to the battlefield. And they can just keep swapping out for each other ones. I saw the goblin vent. God damn it. Very sussy, Baka. Super sus. How good is that? In your creature heavy decks, this could be very good. So I guess when they have the imposter counter, they do get exiled, so you can't like keep swapping out imposters for imposters. Becomes better in your self-mill decks, because then you're like getting your graveyard populated with worthwhile creatures to bring back. That's interesting. I don't know how much like token generation there is. Especially in black. Yeah, the thing is, like, if your board is empty, this card does nothing. That's why I said in a creature-heavy deck, like 17, 18 creatures, this gets better. Build around B. Build around B, because, like, it needs support, it needs work. Next is Macabre Reconstruction. 3 and a black for a common sorcery. This spell costs 2 less to cast if a creature card was put into your graveyard from anywhere this turn. Return up to 2 target cards from your graveyard to your hand. Cool. This card obviously works best if you can only cast it for 2. Because that's like really above rate. And you get the 2-for-1 card selection out of it. But if for some reason that doesn't happen, you can always do it for 4. Yeah, that seems solid. That's like a C card. Cool. Next, Massacre Girl. That says known killer. For some reason in my head, I read clown killer with a K. It could be both. So Massacre Girl, 2 black for a legendary human assassin. She's mythic. She's a 4/4 with menace. Creatures you control have wither. Whenever a creature an opponent control dies, if its toughness was less than 1, draw a card. All your creatures have wither? A plus? A plus. Wither makes it so that all damage done to creatures, they instead get -1/-1 counters. So if you attack a 3/3 into their 2/3, their 3/3 becomes a 0/0 and just dies. And because of Massacre Girl, their toughness was less than 1, so you get to draw a card off of it. She's super good. A plus. And it puts it on every creature, not even just Massacre Girl. This would be stupid if it was just on Massacre Girl, but no, it's all your creatures get Wither. A+. Easy bomb. Easy bomb. Put this in any black deck. Next is Night Drinker Moroi. 3 and a black for an uncommon vampire. A 4/2 flyer. When it enters the battlefield, you lose 3 life. But it does have Disguise. Black, black. The 4 mana 4/2 flyer, lose 3 life. Or you can put it down face down for 3 mana first. Turn after, flip it up for black, black, and you got a 4/2 flyer, and you don't lose the 3 life. I can fix her, right? The -1/-1 counters applied during or after combat. It'd be during the damage resolve step. So like that. Is Crime Novelist a card you should buy early? That's a great question. I haven't seen Crime Novelist yet. Let me look at it. Oh, the little goblin guy? That's a good question. I did see this guy. He does look stupid busted. I mean, it's only uncommon. So at most, I think it's only... At most, he'll maybe cost like $6, $7 a pop. He's already $5. Damn. That's a lot. That's pretty good for uncommon. It's not often uncommon to get up there, but sometimes they do. Honestly, I would say it's probably going to come down quite a bit after the set releases. And then maybe come back up once the decks come out with decks playing it. So I would maybe wait till shortly after release. Might be able to pick them up for like $2, $3 each. That'd be my my guess. But I don't really know. I don't know shit about shit. Next. Rot Farm Mortipede. 3 and a black for common insect. It's a 3/4. Whenever one or more creature cards leave your graveyard, Rot Farm gets +1/+0 and menace and lifelink until end of turn. Okay. A 4 mana 3/4 where you collect evidence and he gets better? Not bad. Pretty dorky otherwise. He's like a D+. Like even with the collect evidence support or whatever. But he's fine. D+. Next, Slimy Dual Leech. 3 and a black for an uncommon leech. It's a 2/4. At the beginning of combat on your turn, a target creature you control with power 2 or less... at the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control with power 2 or less gets +1/+0 and gains Death Touch until end of turn. That's cute. Bare minimum, he targets himself. So on your turn, you can make him into a 3/4 Death Touch that can attack in. Or you make any of your other little 2-drops get +1/+0 and Death Touch. So quite a bit of synergy with the black-white deck. It is only on your turn they get the Death Touch, so he is stronger on your own turn. So it is more of a more on the aggressive, offensive plan than anything else. It seems fine for that. See. Soul Enervation. 3 and a black for an uncommon enchantment with flash. When it enters the battlefield, target creature gets -4/-4 until end of turn. Whenever one or more creature cards leave your graveyard, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. So it's not 1 per card. It's just that when it happens. It is a 4 mana instant speed, -4/-4. And that's always good on its own. C+. Maybe B-, depending. I don't know what the magic toughness number is in this set yet. Because you know how, in like every set, there's like a magic toughness number that gets past most damage-based removal. I don't know how much that is yet. So this is either C+ or B-, depending on what that number is. But happy to play it. In fact, you know what? I'll say B-, because if I saw this card in a draft, I would say black is open. Next is Agency Coroner. 4 and a black for common Ogre Cleric. It's a 3/6. You pay 2 and a black, sacrifice another creature, draw a card. If the sacrificed creature was suspected, draw 2 cards instead. Yeah. It is 5 mana. 3/6 is weird stats. So obviously it's another very control card. But it does give you a sack outlet, especially if you got suspected creatures. C-. Next, Deadly Cover-Up. Oh, this art is awesome. And gross. 3 black for rare sorcery. As an additional cost, you may collect evidence 6. Oh, destroy all creatures. If evidence was collected, exile a card from an opponent's graveyard, then search its owner's graveyard, hand, and library for any number of cards with that same name and exile them. That player then shuffles and draws a card for each card exiled from their hand this way. Okay, so for the most part, in Limited, you're not going to collect evidence 6. It's not really worth it. That means there's 2 board wipes in this format. It does say exile a card, so you could hit all their basics. How helpful is that really? I mean, if you got the evidence, why not? Lamau? Now, of course, that would require them having like a... They would have to basically mill a land or discard a land into their graveyard for even having to make that happen. That's a good achievement unlocked, though. That'd be a good achievement. This is a black board wipe at only 5 mana. Great control card. Much like I've talked about with a lot of other cards. You don't want to put this in every black deck. Your white-black low-cost creature deck, you don't want this because it's more painful to yourself. Don't want this in your... Probably don't. Well, maybe you want this in your green-black if you got a lot of graveyard recursion. But your blue-black control? Absolutely. Still a B. And maybe someday we can ruin someone's lands. The dream is that they somehow build a land that they desperately needed because they're missing that color, and then you get rid of all the colors. Easy B. It doesn't add up. 3 black for an uncommon instant. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Suspected. That's cool art too. Love like these like gray and purple themes they got going on in here. I love that it's instant speed. I don't love that it can't block. So if you're already behind, that's a little rough. But good ETBs. Probably going to work best in your green decks. Is he Trotta the Massacre Girl? I thought they were separate people? I don't actually know. I assume they're different people. Isn't it Trotta from... Where's she from? I don't remember. Yeah, they're different people. Massacre Girl just is Massacre Girl. Where I want this card, though. Say B- because it's instant speed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be as into it, but it is a bummer that you can't just like bring it out to like insta-block your opponent, but you're probably going to be able to use it to grab something that has a strong ETB effect, ideally. Yeah, B- for it doesn't add up. Next, the Polygraph Orb. 4 and a black for an uncommon artifact. When the Polygraph Orb enters the battlefield, look at the top 4 cards of your library, put 2 of them into your hand, the rest into your graveyard. You lose 2 life. And you can pay 2, tap it, collect evidence 3. Each opponent loses 3 life unless they discard a card or sacrifice a creature. I don't love the 5 mana draw 2. That's expensive, especially for black. I'm not super into it. It reads as D+ for me. At 5 mana, I think I need something a little more impactful. If I'm going to be drawing cards, I'd rather have it at instant speed and not at sorcery speed for 5. Undercity Eliminator. 3 black for an uncommon Gorgon Assassin. The 3/3. When the Undercity Eliminator enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice an artifact or a creature. When you do, exile Target creature an opponent controls. Sack outlet. And you get to exile something. Good for your tokens. Yep, seems fine. Like another C. Not higher than that because you do have to sacrifice something in order to exile something of theirs. So you're not, unless it's a token, you're not really coming up on card advantage, but you're likely going to trade up for it either way. Still a C. Next up, Basilica Stalker. 5 and a black for a common vampire detective. It's a 3/4 flyer. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you gain 1 life and surveil 1. And has disguise 4 and a black. Yep. Another top-end dork D. Persuasive Interrogators. 4 black for an uncommon Gorgon detective. 5/6. And enters the battlefield investigate. Whenever you sacrifice a clue, target opponent gets 2 poison counters. There's poison in the set! It's still pretty dorky, though. Basically, a 6 mana 5/6 that gets you a clue. I feel like a D+. D+ because at least gives you a clue that you can use to sack in for another card afterwards. Next. The final black card, Vein Ripper. 3 black for a mythic vampire assassin. It's a 6/5 flyer with ward, sacrifice a creature. And whenever a creature dies, target opponent loses 2 life, and you gain 2 life. He's a good one. The triple black does make it hard to cast. But still, if you see this, like I would make my deck lean heavy into the black to make sure I can cast it. Whenever a creature dies, not just your creature. Oh my god. A. I'm gonna go with an A. Just because whenever it's any creature dies, you just drain the opponent for 2. That's redonk. Like that quite a lot. Yep. And the ward is massive because they have to sacrifice a creature in response to the ward, so you're going to drain them for 2 at the very least. Easy A for Vein Ripper. Just make sure you got probably what? At 6 mana, 11 and 12 sources of black in your deck. All right, so let's go back and look at black's best commons. These are the cards you're going to be looking for the most when you're drafting your black decks. Let's see. What do I like the most? I mean, black has really good removal spells. Shocker. Murder is really good. I like Ally Assistant. I like Unscrupulous Agent. What was the other one? Oh, this one is uncommon. Okay. Yeah, Slice from the Shadows is also up in there as one of the best commons. And, ooh. You know, aside from that, I actually don't like black's commons all that much. I guess the Mortipede? Yeah, black's commons aren't all that good. But the good commons it has, Murder, the Slice, like, there's good removal spells. But otherwise, a little X on black's commons. Excuse me. All right. You can move on to red. All right. Murder is a common. Yeah. All right. Starting with red. Excuse me. Convenient target. Red. Uncommon. Aura. Enchant creature. When convenient target enters the battlefield, suspect enchanted creature. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and menace and can't block. You can pay 2 and a red to return convenient target from your graveyard to your hand. Again, interesting, because you can put this on your own creature to give it menace and a little bit of power to swing in. Or if you need to, you can put this on an opponent's creature so they can't block, so you can swing in and try to damage race them. I mean, bringing it back to your hand, I guess if you got nothing else going on, you can. I'm not super in love. Probably still only like a D+, to be honest. But it probably has a lot of synergy in black-red, because it has like suspect stuff. It probably does like a lot of crazy stuff in there that I don't know about. Next, Felonious Rage. Red for common instant. Target creature you control gets +2/+0 and haste until end of turn, and when that creature dies, you get a 2/2 white and blue detective creature token. Sure. I mean, I like the giving it +2/+0, and then you get a 2/2 afterwards. Every now and then, I guess you can gotcha the opponent and haste something. Yeah, that's alright. That's another D little trick. Next. Frantic Scapegoat. Red, uncommon goat. Look at him. First off, look at him. 1/1 haste. And he's a suspect, so he's a 1/1 haste menace. Whenever one or more other creatures enter the battlefield under your control, if Frantic Scapegoat is suspected, you may suspect one of the other creatures. If you do, Frantic Scapegoat, no longer a suspect. So basically, he's a 1/1 menace for 1. And then if you play a creature later on, you can then make that into a menace. I can hear this goat. Yeah, images you can hear. Ah! He's going to be really good in your red-white, black-red aggressive decks. He's quite good. Yeah, B, if you're playing something aggressive. This goat is a whole-ass mood. Next. Goblin Maskmaker. Red for a common goblin citizen. He's a 1/2. Whenever Goblin Maskmaker attacks, face-down spells you cast this turn cost 1 less to cast. Oh, that's kind of cool. And he's a 1-mana 1/2 in red. Makes your disguise come down for a little bit cheaper. Sure, he seems fine. C-. Knife. Red, uncommon equipment. As long as it's your turn, equipped creature has +1/+0 and has first strike. Equip cost of 2, and you can pay 2, sacrifice a knife. Sacrifice knife to draw a card. Hey, what you got there? A knife! No! I actually like this quite a bit. Again, in your aggressive decks, like this is a good way to give your guy that first strike, which is huge. And then when you end up in a position where you're a little behind, I would sacrifice this to draw a card, because not having the first strike anymore does weaken it a bit. That's neat. C-. And I really want to eat this steak. Shock. Red. Common instant. Deal 2 damage to any target. C. Obviously, this gets a little bit weaker because there are going to be a lot of 2/2s that are face down, but has ward 3. But, you know, C for shock. Next, Torch the Witness. X and red for an uncommon sorcery. Torch the Witness deals twice X damage to target creature. If excess damage was dealt to that creature this way, you investigate. So for 1 in a red, deal something 2. Or for 2 in a red, deal something 4. And if you overkill it, you get to investigate. That's really good. Torch the Witness is excellent. B. Next up. Concealed Weapon. Concealed Weapon? I don't see it. What you got behind your back there? I don't know. It could be a cookie. 1 in a red for another uncommon equipment. The equipped creature gets +3/+0, but equipment has disguise. And then when concealed weapon is turned face up, attach it to target creature you control. The equip cost is 1 and a red. That's fascinating. You can make a 3 mana 2/2, put it face down. Bring with it. And then if it gets blocked, you can insta-speed equip it to another target creature, get a +3/+0. I could see worlds where this card becomes a beater. And then like sometimes if you just need a block or need a 2/2, you can put this face down still. This actually looks alright. It's still a C. I wouldn't like go crazy for it. But in your aggressive decks, only 4 mana. It's only 4. I like the fact that it can be itself its own creature when you need it. That's cool. Yeah, think of the late game, like, and you have no creatures you can attach it to. You can still disguise it and get a 2/2 out of it. That makes it a little bit better. I'm gonna bring it down to C-. It's probably not quite C level, but it's a little bit slightly better equipment. Connecting the dots, 1 and a red for a rare enchantment. Whenever a creature you control attacks, exile a top card of your library face down. You can't look at it. But you can pay 1 or red, discard your hand, sacrifice connecting the dots, put all cards exiled with connecting the dots into their owner's hand. Hell yeah. This is your red aggressive deck that allows you to refill your hand pretty easily. Obviously, better the earlier on it gets, but even in the late game, if you can just 1 or 2 attacks and be able to like get the cards out of it, that's great. Yeah, I like it. It's like a C+. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's not going to be like, I'm not going to see this card and be like, oh. But if I'm playing an aggressive deck that I know I'm going to be dumping my hand pretty quickly on, I'd be happy doing this and swinging in to start getting cards later on. C+. Demand answers. 1 and a red for common instant as an additional cost to cast the spell. Sacrifice an artifact or discard a card. Draw 2 cards at instant speed? Think of the possibilities. I love that it gives you options to either discard a card or sack. It has to be an artifact, not a creature. Yeah, it's way better than Tormenting Voice or even, what's the other one? Endless Possibilities, where it's basically the same effect. Thrill Possibility, that's it. Yeah. I mean, again, I'm still a blue player at heart, so anytime I see a card that's like, draw cards, I'm like, oh! Doesn't mean you necessarily want it and everything. C-. Just because if you happen to be able to get clues in your red deck, being able to turn a clue into 2 cards is way better. It is Aurelia, yeah. Next is Expedited Inheritance. Red from Mythic Enchantment. Whenever a creature is dealt damage, its controller may exile that many cards from the top of their library. They may play those cards until the end of their next turn. This sounds like a commander card because it's any player. You could, like, help your opponents with this? And it says until the end of their next turn, not until the end of this turn. You can't even, like... This is an F. No. This doesn't really help you. It doesn't really help you. It doesn't like give you card advantage over the opponent because they are also allowed to do it and they get to play until the end of their next turn too. It's not good. Commander card, F. Why is it even mythic? Because commander players need rare things to be excited about? I don't know. It's a weird one. F. I wouldn't play this. Next. Expose the culprit. 1 a red for an uncommon instant. Choose one or both. Turn target face-down creature face-up. Or exile any number of face-up creatures you control that disguise in a face-down pile. Shuffle that pile and then cloak them. Okay. Just take all your creatures and... Haha! Who is who? You don't even know. You are allowed to look at your own face-down creatures. It's magical hats from Yu-Gi-Oh! Goddamn. So, interesting. The, turn... You can do both. Turn target face-down creature face-up. If it's a face-down creature, they're going to have ward too. So, to expose the culprit on a face-down creature, you're going to have to pay 4 mana. So you choose order? No, in cards like this, when they have their modal like this, they are resolved like in the order they're listed. You can do it to your own creatures. Yes. So if you got expensive disguises, it could be a way of making it. It's a funny card. I don't think it's really worth playing it in any deck. It's like a D at best. And that's only if you have expensive... of your own expensive disguise creatures that you want to somehow pump up. Like, I feel like the best case scenario isn't even great. So D, I don't think you should play it. Although I do want to shuffle all my face-up creatures and put them face down because that could be kind of funny. Or maybe if you're playing like red-white and you just play like a bunch of the not 3-bit inspectors, you turn all your 1/2s into sudden 2/2s. There's that. All right. Yeah, D. Fugitive Codebreaker. 1 in a red for a rare Goblin Rogue. He's a 2/1 with prowess and haste. And has disguise, but this cost is reduced by 1 for each instant and sorcery in your graveyard. And when he's turned face up, discard your hand and draw 3 cards. Oh, okay. So there's like a spells matter kind of guy. He's rare though. That can be a fun way to make him cheaper and get a good way to draw 3 cards. Like as soon as you have like 3 instant and sorceries in your graveyard, he's great. And otherwise, if you're on the beatdown, got prowess and haste. He's a fun guy. B+. B+, because he'll need spells to be good. Very aggressive. And then if you're playing more control-y for some reason, or you need to have him late, that's a good way to replenish your hand. B+. Oh, Galvanize is back. Oh, no, wait. I'm thinking of Galvanizing Bombardment. This is different. 1 a red, common instant. Deal 3 damage to target creature. But if you've drawn 2 or more cards this turn, deal 5 damage to target creature instead. Hell yeah. That's great. The 2 mana deal 3 in red. That sometimes it's upside. Happens all the time. Happy with that, B. Does morphing trigger prowess? You mean if you take your face down creature and face it up? No. Innocent Bystander. 1 and a red for a common goblin citizen. He's a 2/1. Whenever he's dealt 3 or more damage, investigate. Alright, that's kind of funny. Oh, casting it face down. No, it does not, because you're putting down a colorless 2/2 creature. Not a non-creature spell. This guy's really funny. So if he ever blocks or gets blocked by something bigger, you get a clue out of it. A Mao. That's funny. Kind of clunky either way, so D+. Next is Pyrotechnic Performer. 1 and a red for a rare Viashino Assassin 3/2. Disguised in only a single red. Whenever the Pyrotechnic Performer or another creature you control is turned face up, that creature deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. Ah. If this was deal damage to a creature, this would be busted good. But because it's only to the opponent, I mean, you get some extra damage. It's a 2-mana 3/2. Yeah, yes, if you want to be cute, yeah, you do it, you shuffle all your guys. That's adorable. Yes, sure, you're right. Yep. You want to do that, go off. I mean, he's good. He's a 2-mana 3/2. Happy playing that. Then sometimes you can just surprise someone with a 3/2 and deal an extra 3 damage to your opponent. Maybe you'll get lucky and uncloak someone else and get some more damage in there. It's kind of whatever. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say whatever. But still a good card. It's still a B. Like, I would take this. I would absolutely take this, but it is a B. Okay. Reckless Detective. 1 and a red for an uncommon Devil Detective. That's a 0/3. But whenever it attacks, you may sacrifice an artifact or discard a card. If you do, draw a card. And it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Dude, he rules. He doesn't do anything for blocking, but he does attack in as a 2/3 that lets you loot. Or if you got a clue, it's a free sacrifice on the clue just to get a free card draw. I don't want to go quite B- just because it just does not block. Like, if it doesn't like actually block and take out creatures, it's only when he attacks does he get the extra power. So it's only good in aggressive decks, but yeah, C+. I like it. Next up. Having to discard before drawing contest sucks. It's the same as any other loot effect in red, which is pretty common. And it's still pretty powerful, especially in something that is when you're especially like it's definitely an aggressive card. You want to play it in your aggressive deck. Okay, next is Red Herring. 1 or red for an artifact cluefish. It's a 2/2 with haste. It attacks each turn if able, and you can pay 2 to sacrifice it to draw a card. Now that's a beatdown card. Get it? It's red. Red Herring. He's red. Okay. How good is that? It's pretty good. I like him. C+? Might be one of Red's best commons? In the right deck. Again, aggressive, all that. For some reason, You don't want it, you can always sack it later as a clue. And it's an artifact, which seems relevant. C+. Vengeful Tracker. 1 red for an uncommon human detective. He's a 2/2. Whenever an opponent sacrifices an artifact, Vengeful Tracker deals 2 damage to him. That's actually kind of tight. That's tight. That's a good way to punish an opponent having clues. 2 damage? That adds up. B for Vengeful Tracker. 2-mana 2/2. That can sometimes, well, more often than not, get some extra damage on your opponent because they want to use their clues. B. More cases. Case of the Burning Masks. An uncommon case. 1 red. When it enters the battlefield, deal 3 damage to target creature and opponent controls. Awesome. To solve it, 3 or more sources you controlled dealt damage this turn. Okay, so like attacking. And once it's solved, you can sacrifice this case, exile the top 3 cards of your library, choose one of them. You may play that card this turn. I like this. Sorcery speed, 3 mana, deal 3. And then if you attack with 2 more creatures, you then get to solve the case, allowing you to get some card selection for the next turn. I'm happy with this, just having the 3 mana deal 3, plus some bonuses. Cool. Fine with me. B. Case of the Crimson Pulse. 2 red for a rare case. When this case enters the battlefield, discard a card, draw 2 cards. Yeah. And to solve it, you have to have no cards in your hand. But when it's solved, at the beginning of your upkeep, discard your hand, draw 2 cards. Ooh! Ooh! So here's the thing. You can empty out your hand first, make this the last card in your hand, play it for 3, you discard no cards because you're out, and then draw 2 cards. You don't like that it isn't a May? If you're playing red and you're playing an aggressive deck, you won't care about being a May. You're just going to play that shit out and just get them. You won't care. Like, you're drawing 3 cards a turn. That is huge. That is so much card advantage. This card looks awesome. I'm into it. B+. And like, if you were playing aggressive at all, you want this card. That's so good. Yeah. B+ for Case of the Crimson Pulse. Hell yeah. Next. Crime Novelist. 2 red for uncommon Goblin Bard. He's a 1/3. Whenever you sacrifice an artifact, put a +1/+1 counter on Crime Novelist and add red. This is gonna get super busted in constructed real fast because people are just like, sacrifice a treasure for free and you basically get 2 mana out of it and he gets bigger. It's gonna get busted. How good is he in limited though? Basically lets you get a little bit of a rebate with all your clues. You should be fine. Takes time. Constructed, probably banned. Yeah. Limited. He's like a build around B-. Build around B-. Next is Gearbane Orangutan. 2 red for a common ape. He's a 2/2 with reach. When you enter the battlefield, choose one, destroy up to 1 target artifact, or sacrifice an artifact. If you do, put 2 +1/+1 counters on Gearbane Orangutan. Okay. 3 mana 2/2. Destroy opponent's artifact or sacrifice one of your own artifacts. So you get 3 mana 4/4 with reach. That's actually kind of solid. That's a good C. Is this red's secret reach card for the set? Me monkey. Next, Franco. Baron of Tin Street. 2 red for a rare legendary goblin. 3/3 with haste. You can tap him, sacrifice an artifact, and put a +1/+1 counter on each goblin you control. And then whenever an artifact is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you may pay red. If you do, you create a 1/1 goblin creature token with haste. A fair amount of other goblins. At least that one. B? 4? Potentially do some goblin artifact nonsense? Yeah, it does say whatever an artifact. It doesn't even have to be your own, so you could do that against the opponents. Dude, hell yeah. Krenko rules. Hey. They'll build around A. You want goblins and artifacts, but chances are your opponent's also going to have them, especially with the clues, and he'll pop off. I think A for Krenko. Next is Lamplight Phoenix. 1 red for a rare Phoenix. It's a 3/3 flyer. When Lamplight Phoenix dies, you may exile it and collect evidence 4. And if you do, it comes back to the battlefield tapped. That's a 3 mana 3/3 flyer. That's going to be hard for your opponent to kill forever. Fantastic. Hey. Next, the chase is on. 2 and a red for a common instant. Target creature gets +3/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn. Investigate. I know this reads is really good because +3/+0 and first strike means your creature's gonna win that combat, but it costs 3, and that's a bit pricey. Pricier than I would like for cards like this in red. Still a D. At least gets you a clue, but yeah, D for chases on. Too expensive. Harried Dronesmith. 3 and a red for an uncommon human artificer. She's a 2/3. At the beginning of combat on your turn, create a 1/1 color stopper artifact creature with flying. It gains haste, but sacrifices at the end of your next end step. Oh, well, hey, that's a repeatable sack outlet, which can matter for a lot of things. Get to keep chipping in against your opponent. Yeah, she seems fine. B for Harried Dronesmith. A lot of synergy potential there for sure. Next, 2 red for Krenko's Buzz Crusher. A rare Insect Thopter. What? 4/4 flying trample. When it enters the battlefield for each player, destroy up to 1 non-basic land that player controls. For each land destroyed this way, its controller may search their library for a basic land put on the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. This is a 4 mana 4/4 flyer. You're gonna play this. Every now and then you get to blow up one of their non-basic lands. It's gonna be funnier in Commander, obviously. This is a 4 mana 4/4 flyer. Hey! God! Great. Yep. Awesome. With trample too. Next, person of interest. 3 and a red for a common rogue. 2/2. When he enters the battlefield, suspect it. Create a 2/2 white and blue detective creature token. Oh. So for 4 mana, you get a 2/2 menace and a 2/2. Hell yeah. Like them. See? Anzrag's Rampage. Okay. 3. Oh, what deck would I not put that Thopter in? Oh, the 4/4 flying trample one? None. This would go in any red deck. I don't care what colors you're playing. You put that in there. Sorry. Anzrag's Rampage. 3 red for a rare sorcery. Destroy all artifacts you don't control. Then exile the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of artifacts that were put into graveyards from the battlefield this turn. You may put a creature card exiled this way onto the battlefield. It gains haste. Return it to your hand at the beginning of the next end step. So it's not a board wipe, but you do destroy all the artifacts that aren't yours. It's a good sideboard card. I don't think this is a card you would... I wouldn't main deck this. Because unless your opponent has artifacts or is generating clues, you're not going to really pop off against this. This is a sideboard card versus the red-blue artifact deck. Or if your opponent's doing a lot of clues. Like, if you're not... You want to exile, like, at least 3 to make it feel like you're getting something. But even then, like, you may not even necessarily be getting a good enough creature that can attack in with haste, because then it goes back to your hand at the end step. This, yeah, it's a sideboard C to deal with artifacts. That's a weird one. I wouldn't get too excited over this, but it is a good sideboard card for when you're up against artifact decks. See. Next, Caught Red-Handed. 4 and a red for an uncommon instant that can't be countered. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste and suspect it. I love the flavor text on this one. Wait, stop! I've been framed! Extremely convincingly! That's an expensive steal effect. It's weird that it's instant speed. The creature would keep the suspect, yes. So after you get to attack with it, your opponent can then no longer block with it. So it does say until the end of turn. Not even the end step. Oh, yeah. Why is it instant? Because this, you suspect it, you can't like instant speed after your opponent attacks and then block with it. It's a weird one. I don't think I'm into it. Even like if you had cheap sack outlets for it, this still costs 5 mana just to get that there in the first place. I don't think I'm into it. D? Hot red-handed? Because like, it can't be countered, so it does get through ward. But then if you're paying 5 mana to do this anyway, you're not going to be able to like take their face down card and be able to flip them up to get them. Anything like that? Yeah, I don't like it. D? Might be worse than that. It doesn't look very good. Okay. Next is Cornered Crook, 4 and a red for an uncommon Vyashina Warrior with a 5/4. When it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice an artifact. When you do, it deals 3 damage to any target. Okay, there we go. Sacrifice one of your artifacts or clues to deal 3 to something, rather than an opponent's creature. That's good. B for Cornered Crook. Offender at Large, 4 and a red for a common Giant Rogue. 5/4 with Disguise, 4 and a red. But when it enters the battlefield or is turned up to 1 target creature gets +2/+0 till end of turn. Alright, yeah, again. This is the dorky big red. D. Rubble Belt Braggart, 4 and a red for a common Vyashina Warrior. It's a 5/5. And whenever it attacks, if it's not suspected, you may suspect it. I like that it's a may. So if you want to make it to a 5/5 menace, you can. And if you don't want to and just keep it for a potential blocker, you also can. Better. Better big dork compared to the giant. D+. Still pretty dorky. D+. Suspicious Detonation, 4 and a red for a common sorcery. This spell costs 3 less if you sacrifice an artifact of this turn. The spell can't be countered. Deal 4 damage to target creature. This is a D on its own in a vacuum. I like that it can't be countered, but 5 mana to deal something 4 damage at sorcery speed is not very good. But if you've got artifact sacrifice stuff, it's still sorcery speed. It has to be done in your turn. Whether it's sacrifice a clue or one of your other cards has like a similar tap effect or something, it does get better. So D on its own, and like E- if you have ways of making it cheaper. Balrak Clan Basher. 4 red, red, uncommon Cyclops Warrior. He's a 3/2 double strike trample. He also has disguise 3 red, red. That's actually pretty good. Double strike and trample adds up. C+. It's still pretty expensive, even with the disguise cost. But if you manage to like attack, flip them up, you're gonna take out something of the opponents. Or if they block with something with only 3 toughness, you'll get some extra damage into. C+. And final red card is Incinerator of the Guilty, which is an awesome name. 4 red, red for a mythic dragon. 6/6 flying trample. And then whenever Incinerator of the Guilty deals combat damage to a player, you may collect evidence X. When you do, Incinerator of the Guilty deals X damage to each creature and each planeswalker that player controls. Get fucked? A+? It's a 6/6 flying trample for 6. Great. And then if you get to actually hit an opponent with it, you just collect evidence until you kill all their things. Find a way to give that haste? Well, there is that single red mana give creature haste till end of turn. That's 7 mana total, but you could. Easy A+. All right, so red's got a lot of bombs. Red looks quite good. But more importantly, what are its best commons? I think Person of Interest is up there. Like 3 or 4, number 3 or 4. The Shock is also up there. And the deal 3, the Galvanize. So Shock, Galvanize. The 2/2 suspect that comes with the 2/2. Forgot his name already. What else do I like? Red Herring, actually, I think it might be one of the better ones. I think most decks are going to want to play it. Maybe the Orangutan? Person of Interest, that's it. Maybe the Orangutan. Well, yeah, I wouldn't put Suspicious Detonation in the top 5. But quite a few good cards. All right. I'm going to use the restroom. Maybe get some more tea, and I'll be right back, and we'll continue on with green. All right, let's do green. Starting off with Analyze the Pollen. Green, rare sorcery. As an additional cost to cast the spell, you may collect evidence 8. Search your library for a basic land card. If evidence was collected, instead search your library for a creature or a land. Reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Okay. I wouldn't even be exciting about this for like fixing in green because it is rare. Yeah, I guess if you have this in the early game, you can use it to guarantee a way to actually get another land. And then late game, if you're playing green, there's a good chance you got enough evidence to find whatever creature you need for only 1 green. Yeah, it's okay. Not exciting by any means. It's a C. If it like did something crazy, like put the land on the battlefield or something with the evidence or whatever. But yeah, C. Next, get a leg up for green. Uncommon instant. Until end of turn, target creature gets +1/+1 for each creature you control and gains reach. So bare minimum, target creature gets +1/+1 and reach until end of turn. for green. It does say target creature. It can be anyone, not just the ones you own. I don't know why you would want to make one of theirs bigger, but you could. Only reach though? Not even like trample or anything cool like that? D. Not a huge fan. Pretty mediocre combat trick. If it... I mean, I guess like you can use it defensively because you get extra power and toughness to win a combat. You can use it defensively because then you got a surprise flying blocker. But either mode isn't exciting, D. Next. Hard-hitting question. Green for an uncommon sorcery. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker you don't control. Okay. This is your green bite spell. It's uncommon. These cards are always like B minuses. They aren't like super high, amazing removal. I do like how cheap it is. But the thing is, it's one of those removal spells that it's only good if you have a creature to target with. And that can get clunky and less exciting. That's one of the weaknesses of green. B minus. Hedge Whisperer, green. For an uncommon elf druid detective who's a 0/3. You may choose to not untap Hedge Whisperer during your untap step because he has 3 green tap, collect evidence for. Target land you control becomes a 5/5 green plant boar with haste. For as long as Hedge Whisperer remains tapped, it's still a land. Activate only as a sorcery. That is such a defensive card. Then you need evidence, and then you need 4 mana just to make a land into a 5/5. I mean, 5/5 is big. No, activate only as sorcery, so you can't even, like... This looks bad. You can bring it in because, like, 1 mana for 3 toughness is okay if you got, like, a long game plan. I'm not into him, though. This looks like another D. Is the fact that, like, it's the activate at sorcery speed that really kills me about it, to be honest. Yeah, D. Eh. Next, pick your poison. Green. Sorcery. Common. Choose one. Each opponent sacks an artifact, sacks an enchantment, or sacks a creature with flying. It's only green. So it's not even like naturalize or broken wings. This is a sideboard card. You'd sideboard this in if your opponent has like relevant artifacts or creatures, or especially if they're playing a lot of flyers. But even then, it's that sorcery speed. This is like sideboard C-. Rope! Green! Blue! Target creature gets +1/+2, has reach, and can't be blocked by more than 1 creature. I actually like that a little bit more. Because it gets extra toughness, it can't be blocked by more than 1 creature, it actually makes them a little bit tougher to kill. I like this more than the black clue equipment. Oh, the equip is 3, not even 2? Oh, ooh. Everything else was 2. Why'd you ruin it, Rope? C-. C-. I was going to go higher than that, but the equip cost is 3. Ugh. Next up, Rubble Belt Maverick. Green for a human detective at common. He's a 1/1 when he enters the battlefield. Surveil 2. But you can also pay green, exile Rubble Belt Maverick from your graveyard to put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Activate only as a sorcery. He's a 1/1 for 1. The Surveil is relevant. I mean, if you're playing green, you want to get that evidence. He's a good way of collecting evidence. Or getting stuff into the graveyard for whatever synergies. And then whenever he dies, just for green, you make something and get a +1/+1 counter. He's fine. Still D+. Aftermath Analyst, 1 to green for an uncommon detective. It's a 1/3. When it enters the battlefield, mill 3, and then you can pay 3 to green, sacrifice Aftermath Analyst, return all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So if you mill a lot, that is a way to get all your lands out onto the battlefield. It is instant speed too, so you could use the Analyst to chump block something large, then pay 4 to sack it and just get your lands all back. And if you're milling a lot, the more you mill, the better this gets because you're getting more lands down to cast whatever it is you need. Even then, though, not a super exciting effect, but it does have some synergy with your evidence collecting decks. C+. Next, Fanatical Strength. 1 to green, common instant. Target creature gets +3/+3 and gains trample until end of turn. There we go. This is actually a little above rate, isn't it? Because wasn't normally 1 and a green to get something +2 and +2 until trampled end of turn? I forget. But yeah, this is your good old green trample combat trick. D+. Next is the Flourishing Bloomkin. 1 and a green for uncommon plant elemental. Flourishing Bloomkin gets +1/+1 for each forest you control, but also has Disguise 4 and a green. And was turned face up, search your library for up to 2 forest cards and reveal them. Put one of them into your hand, the other one onto the battlefield, tapped, and shuffle. In a green heavy deck, that can get very large very quickly. I wouldn't really look at it. It's not a ramp card. It's not a ramp card because you're not going to get like the extra lands out until turn 5 at the earliest. That's not ramp. Because by then you already have 5 mana and not much more you can do with it. But the longer the game goes, you know, Forest keeps making it bigger. If you get like heavy green, it's a ramp payoff. It's not a ramp payoff either. I would disagree on that because even if you have 5/6 forest down, sure you got a 5/5 and a 6/6, but what kind of dorky? Like it needs ways of actually like pushing damage through and without other cards, it can't really do that. But I would still play them absolutely especially in green heavy decks. If I'm like 10/7 in forests, card gets even better. Likely still just like a C because of that. Are there any non-rare mythic flip cards that have been better than just okay? Pretty sure. But generally speaking, like, your Bs and As are all going to be like your rares and your mythics. Nervous Gardener? Oh, she's pretty. 1 and a green for 2/2 Dryad. Her disguise is only green. And when she is turned face up, search your library for a land of the basic type, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Okay, this is a far better mana fixer. 2 mana 2/2 if you need it. And then for 4 mana, you get a 2/2 that gets you a land. And you put it into your hand. She's a little bit better. Yeah, that's a C. Next is Sharp-Eyed Rookie, 1 and a green for a rare human detective. It's a 2/2 vigilance. And says, whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, if its power is greater than Sharp-Eyed Rookie's power, or its toughness is greater than Sharp-Eyed Rookie's toughness, put a +1/+1 counter on Sharp-Eyed Rookie and investigate. Cool. There's a 2 mana 2/2 vigilance that gets bigger when you play bigger things and you just get clues off of it. Hell yeah. I like Sharp-Eyed Rookie a lot. A-. Just because it's getting power, it's getting clues for cards. It's gonna be amazing if you get this out on turn 2 and have it stick around for even just like 1 activation. Evolve Sticate. Yeah, it's basically evolve, but you get clues out of it. Sharp-Eyed Rookie is great. I love her dress. Tunnel Tipster. Oh, look at him! Aww. Aww. Look at the little mole scout. 1 and a green for a 1/1 mole scout. At the beginning of your turn, if a face-down creature entered the battlefield under your control, he gets a +1/+1 counter, and he taps for green mana. Oh my god. I love him. He's so cute. Oh. They're 2 mana dork. He's like a C, but he can get bigger, which is a lot of times is what the mana dorks end up lacking. Hell yeah. C for Tunnel Tipster. He's adorable. Look at his little cloak. Okay, Vitu Ghazi Inspector. 1 and a green for a common elf detective. She's a 1/3. As an additional cost to cast the spell, you may collect evidence 6 has reach. When it enters the battlefield, if evidence was collected, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, and you gain 2 life. Okay. That's not a great evidence payoff. C-. Yeah. Definitely have them in your sideboard if you end up fighting a Flyers deck, because at least it's a cheap reach creature, but man, that is a weak evidence payoff. I'm not into it. C-. Airtight Alibi. 2 and a black for a common aura with flash enchanted creature. When it enters the battlefield, untap the enchanted creature. It gains hexproof until end of turn. If it's suspected, it's no longer suspected. And the enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and can't become suspected. Okay. I like these enchant auras a little bit more than most other ones because it's a great protection spell. Because 1, you get them hexproof. You get rid of their if they're suspected, you get rid of that so they can block again. And it can't be sussy no more. And it's a +2/+2. So there's a lot of ways you can use this to protect a creature. I like these a bit more. Not like super high on them. Gonna like windmill snap as much of these I can and play a bunch of them in my deck, but I like these a bit more. This is a C. Archdruid's Charm. Green for a rare instant. Choose one. Search your library for a creature or land and reveal it. Put it onto the battlefield tapped if it's a land, otherwise put it into your hand. Or put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It deals damage equal to its power. Target creature you don't control. Or exile target artifact or enchantment. For green. I think it's something to be a little more impactful if it's going to be triple green. Yeah. This doesn't do a whole lot. Like, its best mode is the +1/+1 counter bite something. And even that, like, I wouldn't pay triple green for that. Yeah. It's not very good. The triple green makes it so hard to cast. It's like a C- card just because of that. Yeah. Don't like it because of the triple green. Probably meant more for constructed or your mono green Johnny's doing stuff, but eh. Audience with Trustani. 2 and a green for a rare sorcery. Create a 0/1 green plant creature token, then draw cards equal to the number of differently named creature tokens you control. Oh, weird. So 2 and a green, get a 0/1, draw a card, bare minimum. Then if you have other creature tokens, you draw extra cards. This seems like another constructed card, because I wouldn't want to do this for 3 mana. It has to be creature tokens, not just creatures. If it's creatures, it'd be great. But it has to be creature tokens. D. Unless there's a way of making a lot of creature tokens that I don't realize, but I don't believe that's the case. D. Next is the case of the Trampled Garden. 2 and a green for an uncommon case. When this case enters the battlefield, put 2 +1/+1 counters on among 1 or 2 creatures you control. And then to solve it, your creatures you control need to have total power 8 or greater. And when it's solved, whenever you attack, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature. It gains trample until end of turn. Okay, let's see. So total power 8 or greater. Likely going to need like 2-3 creatures to have that, and they need to survive. Once it's solved, though, it doesn't let you start attacking in, but there's a good chance you might need to take a turn off from attacking just to make sure you have enough power in order to solve the case right away. It's solid for green beatdowns. Like if I'm doing red-green beatdown, I would like it because you're going to be playing big stuff and it's easy to get that solved, and getting the extra trample helps. Yeah, and because of that, like you don't even necessarily need the counters to get it. Like if you're playing big red-green, like you're probably going to get there eventually. Let's say C+ for case of the Trampled Garden. Moving on. Pompous Gadabout. 2 and a green for an uncommon human citizen. He's a 4/2 and has hexproof as long as it's your turn. Pompous Gadabout can't be blocked by creatures that don't have a name. Stand aside, nobodies. This is me when I'm at MagicCon Chicago. So the way this reason works is basically he's a 3-mana 4/2 with hexproof on your turn that can't be blocked by face down creatures. Because your face down creatures don't have names. Creature tokens do have names, so 4/2 can't be blocked by face down creatures. Still seems kind of medium. E-, a lot of power. Next up, Sample Collector. 2 to green for a Troll Detective. Uncommon 2/3. Whenever Sample Collector attacks, you may collect evidence 3. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. I like that he can target himself or another creature. 3 mana 2/3. Got some upside. The evidence is only 3. That's not a whole lot. It's a solid guy. Say like C+. I'll go C+. It seems like it'd be easy to at least get 1 activation off this, because he can attack in as a 3/4 pretty easily on his own. Next. I've seen this card. Slime Against Humanity, which is funny. For 2 and a green, it's a common sorcery. Create a 0/0 green ooze creature token with trample. Put X +1/+1 counters on it, where X is 2, plus the total number of cards you own in exile and in your graveyard that are oozes or are named Slime Against Humanity. A deck can have any number of cards named Slime Against Humanity. That's funny. Can you get 5 or more of these? And if you do, you can just pop off. First one you cast is a 2/2 with trample. Second one you cast is a 3/3 with trample. Fourth one you cast is a 4/4 with trample. I don't think there are other oozes in the format. But there are a lot of surprising amount of just ooze creatures in Magic the Gathering in general. So you could make like an ooze deck. This card is not good until you have at least 2 of them, but even that, it's not exciting. But if you can get like a lot of them, like 5 or more, then this card's really funny. At 5 or more. You would want at least 2. But I would, even then, I would want at least 3 to really feel good about actually casting it. But it could be funny. Like, if green is super open and these keep getting passed to you, grab as many as you can. Go off. It's a C. I guess kind of a build around C, because the build around is get as many Slime Against Humanity cards as you can get. I guess? Yeah. Alright, next. They went this way. 2 and a green for a common sorcery. Search your library for a basic land, put onto the battlefield tapped, shuffle, investigate. Okay, here's your 3 mana ramp spell in green. Only gets 1 land, but does get you a clue to investigate for something later. These are always fine and decent for fixing. C. Undergrowth Recon. 1 green for a mythic enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, return target land card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. F. This is a constructed card. This is not worth putting into your deck. It's not worth playing. Even if you're self-milling, you don't want to pay 3 mana for an enchantment that doesn't do anything else right away. This is for constructed, for people with like fetch lands and stuff. F. Axebane Ferox, 2 green for a rare beast. He's a 4/4 death touch with haste and has ward collect evidence 4. So basically, if your opponent tries to cast a spell on it, they need to collect evidence 4 to get through the ward. And it's a 4/4 death touch with haste. That's very solid. B+. Next. Bite down on crime. Oh my god. Anyone? Scruff McGruff? Help me take a bite out of crime. What was the song? 418-686-90210. Or whatever it was. And help me take a bite out of crime in the Chicago area. Was that only in the Midwest? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Okay, it's not just me. Good. What happened to Scruff McGruff? Hold on. This is important. Scruff McGruff. That's what it was. Scruff McGruff, Chicago, Illinois, 90602. Damn. He's still around? Apparently, oh, quick search shows he is still recognized in 2021. But now these days he's used more often for stuff like anti-online bullying, stopping online fakes, and elder crime. Stop being mean to the boomers. North Houston, you saw it? Okay. In Seattle? Okay, so it was everywhere. Take a bite out of crime. All right, sorry. Yeah, him and Smokey were around a lot. Real crime's on the descent. We gotta stop all these internet fakes. Leave Taylor Swift alone. Take a bite out of crime. All right, anyway, bite down on crime. 3 and a green, common sorcery. As an additional cost to cast the spell, you may collect evidence 6. The spell costs 2 less if evidence was collected. Target creature you control gets +2/+0 until end of turn. It deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. Oh, alright. So, big bite. Still sorcery speed, but big bite. C+. I like that you can make it cheaper with evidence. But you can, like, pump something, kick out their big creature, and then be able to attack with your own big creature for until end of turn. That's kind of neat. I like that a bit more. C+. Case of the Locked Hothouse. 3 and a green for a rare case. You may play an additional land on each of your turns. It's solved once you have 7 more lands, and when it's solved, you may look at the top card of your library anytime, play lands, and cast creatures and enchantment spells from the top of your library. Oh, man. This isn't very... At 4 mana, play an additional land. At 4 mana, you've already played out your lands. I don't love it. It's going to be good for Commander. Potentially Sealed too, because Sealed can go slow and long enough that being able to play stuff off the top of your deck is pretty huge. This is a Commander card and like a D- in Constructed. I would maybe consider playing it in Sealed, and that's about it. Yo, John Likes Games. Thank you for the raid. Welcome out, Raiders. We're going through a set review of Murders at Karlov Manor. We're looking at it in a limited format, thinking about draft and sealed and the like. A little bit about Constructed if something really stands out, but you know how it is. John, are you going to be at MagicCon Chicago, by the way? That's why I'm going through this. I'm going to be at MagicCon Chicago trying to do some PTQs and the like. Anyway, Case of Locked House. D-. It's not quite unplayable, but you shouldn't. When you at 4 mana, like you need to be casting spells that are far more impactful on the board. Moving on. Chalk Outline. Like neon chalk. Neat. 3 and a green for an uncommon enchantment. Whenever one or more creature cards leave your graveyard, create a 2/2 white and blue detective creature token, then investigate. Okay, so it kind of gives you a little bit of a synergy bonus with your green evidence. I mean, getting extra 2/2 on top of it and a card is actually not bad. It's still a build around card because you need the evidence collecting to make it happen. It's a build around C. And without that, it does nothing. You chose Denver? F. I haven't even thought about Denver yet, so who knows? But thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Also, for everyone who came for the raid, hi, my name is ProJared. I really like 2 things. 1, Magic the Gathering, which I do every single Monday for Magic Monday. And 2, RPGs, like Final Fantasy and other old school boomer RPGs, which I usually stream on any other day. Also been playing a lot of Yakuza lately. So if any of that sounds like your jam and you would want to see more, please hit that follow button. Greenbelt Radical, 3 and a green for an uncommon Centaur citizen. I just now noticed that she's part horse. 4/4 for 4. And also Disguise 7. Jesus. When Greenbelt Radical is turned face up, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Creatures you control gain trample till end of turn. That sounds awesome, but to flip it face up, you need 7 mana. I'd be happy playing this just as a 4/4 for 4. Use the red card. You could, yeah. You could. You're not wrong. Probably just a C for Greenbelt Radical. The Disguise cost is a lot. And it is a +1/+1 counter on each creature, so its biggest home is going to be in the green-white, because green-white is trying to go wide. And it is a 4/4/4/4 in every other green deck. So, see. Hide in Plain Sight. 3 and a green for a rare sorcery. The top 2 cards of your library. Cloak 2 of them. Put the rest on bottom of your library in a random order. Oh. I actually like this card. Basically 3 and a green. Look at the top 5 cards. Make 2 of them into 2/2s. And then you can just flip them up as a creature whenever you want. And for some reason you don't have creatures or they aren't worth uncloaking, just put 2 lands down. So basically for 4 mana at sorcery speed, you get 2 2/2s with ward 2. That alone is good. I like this card. This is a B. I like it. B, yeah. Loxodon Eavesdropper, 3 and a green for a common elephant detective. He's 3/3. When you enter the battlefield, investigate. Tight. And then whenever you draw your second card each turn, Loxodon Eavesdropper gets +1/+1 and vigilance until end of turn. Cool. 4 mana 3/3. That comes with the clue that you can then sacrifice the next turn to at least make him into a 4/4. Sorry, 4 mana 3/3. And you get another card out of it. This is actually quite good. This actually might be, leads up towards one of Green's best commons. Lean B- for him. He looks very good. Yeah, the flavor text is ultimate dad joke. He's all ears. This looks quite good. He goes in like any green deck. You'd be happy playing him. Next is a killer Among Us? Among Us? Sussy Baka? 4 and a green for a rare or uncommon enchantment. When a killer among us enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 white human, a 1/1 blue merfolk, and a 1/1 red goblin. Then secretly choose human, merfolk, or goblin. Sacrifice a killer among us. Reveal the chosen creature type. If the target attacking creature token is the chosen type, put 3 +1/+1 counters on it, and it gains Death Touch till end of turn. I have an actual question because I don't know how this works. When it tells you to secretly choose something, can you just put it in your head? Or do you actually have to like write it down and put it face down somewhere and then reveal it later? Like, what's the actual Magic rules for that? When I did like a conspiracy draft with friends, we just put it in our heads. Yeah, I assume you have to write it down, because how else would you secretly choose? Write it down, then like hide it underneath the card or something? I don't know. Arena does make it easier. Sure does. Well, either way, for 5 mana, you get 3 1/1s. And then whichever one you choose, you can always attack with it and potentially make it into a 4/4 Death Touch. Now, it does say it has to be a target attacking creature token. So, you can't like use it defensively. You have to be able to swing in at least once with it. And if, you know, your opponent could get sussy about the one little 1/1. That said, if there are ways of making other goblins, maybe other humans, 1/1 humans, maybe? If there is, this card gets better. I think it's funny. 3 1/1s at sorcery speed for 5 is okay enough. And then if you're able to like make into a 4/4 Death Touch, better. Probably still just like a C for Killer Among Us. Getting 3 chump blockers is not nothing. I'll say a C+. Did I say C+ or C? Whatever. Culvert Ambusher. 3 green for a worm horror. Oh, worm? The 4/5. When it enters the battlefield or is turned to face up, target creature blocks this turn if able. Disguise is 4 and a green. Alright, he's okay. Never quite love these kinds of cards. See? Favorite Final Fantasy? 6, Tactics, and 9. Next, Vengeful Creeper. 4 and a green for a common plant elemental. It's a 5/5 and has disguise 5 and a green. When Vengeful Creeper is turned face up, destroy target artifact or enchantment an opponent controls. Yeah, this is your top end dork. D. D. Next is Topiary Panther. 4 green for a plant cat, a common, 6/5 with trample. It has basic land cycling? Oh. Oh. So for 1 and a green, you discard this, search your library for any basic land and put it into your hand. But more importantly, green has so much evidence collecting that that's a very easy way just to get 6 evidence into your graveyard. Huh. This probably is going to be more of a bigger enabler for green than people realize, because it helps fix. Once you get it late, you can just have a 6/5 trample for 6 mana. Yo. Yeah, this is probably going to end up being an important green card. I'm still only going to give it a C, because it's a 6 mana 6/5. But this might be one you need to pick a little bit higher than normal. Alright, a couple more green cards. Next up, Glintweaver. 5 green for an uncommon spider with reach. It's a 3/3. When Glintweaver enters the battlefield, distribute 3 +1/+1 counters among 1, 2, or 3 target creatures. Then you gain life equal to the target toughness among creatures you control. So at the very worst, this is a 7 mana 6/6 gain 6. I feel like it's 1 mana too much. If it was like 4 green, this would be awesome. 5 green is just a right over the edge. I'm not super into it. It's a great stabilizer. Probably still only like a C though, just because it costs so much mana. All right, final green card is the Pride of Hulklade. He costs 10 and a green for a legendary Crocodile Elk Turtle. Mythic. He's a 2/15. 2 power, 15 toughness. And the spell costs X less to cast, where X is the total toughness of creatures you control. As Defender. And for 2 blue until end of turn, target creature you control gets +1/+0. Gains whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw cards equal to its toughness, and can attack as though it didn't have Defender. What the fuck? This is the biggest F in the world. This is how you kill yourself in game. If this, for some reason, this guy gets through, sure, your opponent takes 3, then you draw 15 cards. And then what? You lose? And it's 4 mana to even activate it in the first place. It's a huge meme card. It's going to be expensive to put down. I mean, you can use it to draw some extra cards off some of your other creatures getting in. This is another one of those juice isn't quite worth the squeeze. You also keep in mind, you also have to have blue mana to even activate it. So, like, it's so narrow in how being able to even play it, draft it, build a deck with it, and all that. It's very, very narrow. So much that's so much that's not, the effort's not worth it. It's an F. Don't play it. I will, because it'll be a good meme. But F. All right, let's look at green's best commons. Topiary Panther. Loxodon Eavesdropper I like a lot. Probably Bite Down on Crime. Ruff, ruff, ruff. Mole Scout, the Tunnel Tipster. Tunnel Tipster 2. I like the Nervous Gardener. Okay, I don't know if she's quite top. The other bite effect. Like, oh, was that rare? Did I miss it? Wasn't there a 1 in a green bite? Oh, it's an uncommon. That's why. Green uncommon. Okay, yeah. Toss up between Rubble Maverick versus the Nervous Gardener. If I had to pick one, it'd probably be the Rubble Belt Maverick, just because the Surveil seems like it's more important than the final land. But there you go. Those are green. Next. So now we're finally getting to the gold cards. And there's a lot. So for the gold cards, these are there's more gold cards than normal because There's always the signpost uncommon, but there's also a bunch of common gold cards this time around. So, we're about. So blue-white is all about detectives. First one. No more lies. White and a blue. Uncommon instant. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 3. If that spell is countered, exile it instead. This is going to be super obnoxious and constructed. But yep, that is a counter spell. See. Good 2 mana counter. Officious Interrogation, white, blue for a rare instant. This spell costs white and blue more to cast for each target beyond the first. Choose any number of target players. Investigate X times, where X is the total number of creatures those players control. Okay. So white, blue, if they have a bunch of creatures, you investigate a bunch of times. But if you cast it for white, white, blue, blue, you also get to investigate for all your creatures too. That's a lot of investigating. And obviously it gets funnier and funnier if you're doing like commander stuff. This card's okay. A lot of artifacts. Only like a C- though. For the most part, you get to cast this and you get 2-3 clues off of it. For 4 mana, you'll probably get like 5-6 clues. That does add up, but not super exciting that I'd want to like see this and lean into white-blue right away. Alquist Proft, Master Sleuth. 1 white-blue for a mythic human detective. He's a 3-3 with vigilance. When Alquist Proft, Master Sleuth enters the battlefield, investigate. And then you can pay X, white, blue, blue, tap him, sacrifice a clue, you draw X cards and gain X life. Oh. I see. He's a 3 mana, 3-3 vigilance that comes with a clue card. And if you got like a billion mana later on, you can make any one of your clues get you a bunch of extra cards and life on top of it. Just turn your clues into Sphinx's Revelations. He's very good. A-. That's a lot of, that can be a lot of cards. And just gaining the extra life off of it is obnoxious to deal with. Solid body. Comes a card. Yep, A- for Alquist Proft. Next, so this is the uncommon signposts for blue-white. Private Eye. 1 white blue for Homunculus Detective. He's a 3-3. Other detectives you control get +1/+1. So that's the reason to have all blue-white detectives, because you got a lord here. And whenever you draw your second card each turn, target detective can't be blocked this turn. So it also gives you a way of turning your clues into giving yourself some unblockable detectives. The flavor text. Yep. It's a vase, all right. So obviously he's a build around because you need detectives to make him work, but if you're in blue-white, obviously. He's a build around B, though. Next up, Granite Witnesses. 2 white blue for a common gargoyle detective. 3-2 flying vigilance with disguise. When Granite Witness is turned face up, you may tap or untap target creature. Not often you see a gargoyle that doesn't have defender. 4 mana 3-2 flying vigilance. Yep, just another solid card. Probably like a C+ for him, though. I don't think I'd go higher than that, just because he's still only a 3-2 flyer for 4. But he is also an artifact and a detective, so there's a lot of synergy with him. So, C+. Next, Isram, Agency Chief. 1 white, white, blue, blue for a rare Archon Detective. A 5-5 legendary creature with flying. When he enters the battlefield, investigate twice. You can pay 1. Sacrifice any artifact, and Isram gets your choice of Vigilance, Lifelink, or Hexproof until end of turn. Damn. This is a 5 mana 5/5 flyer. Slightly clunky to cast just because of the double white, double blue, but not impossible. It comes with 2 clues. I feel like most times I'd probably cast this out with 6 so I could leave up 1 to give him hexproof. Hexproof is going to be the most important one, I think. That's very good. That's another A for Ezram. That's a big flyer. The only thing you watch out for is the double pips and the casting cost. A for Ezram. All right, next. All right, blue-black. Here we go. Drag the Canal. Blue-black for a rare instant. Create a 2/2 white and blue detective creature token. If a creature died this turn, you gain 2 life, surveil 2, then investigate. Neat. Instant speed 2/2, but if something dies, you also gain 2 life, surveil 2, and investigate. Oh, I like it. I like it a lot. I wouldn't go too crazy over it. It's still only like a B- card. Just because early on, just cast it out, get yourself a 2/2. And in the late game, if stuff starts trading or dying out, you get a lot of card advantage coming out with your 2/2. Yeah. B- for Drag the Canal. Lazav's back. Wearer of Faces. Blue-black for a rare legendary shapeshifter detective. That's a 2/3. Whenever Lazav, Wearer of Faces, attacks, exile target card from a graveyard, then investigate. And whenever you sacrifice a clue, you may have Lazav become a copy of a creature exiled with it. Oh, only until end of turn. Aww. Other Lazavs get to stay other creatures, but I guess till end of turn makes sense because otherwise that is pretty cheap and busted. Still, that's good. You did 2-mana 2/3 that can exile a card from a graveyard, which is relevant, and you get to investigate off of it. Yeah, Lazav's tight. B+ for Lazav. Next is Atratra. Atratra is here. Deadly Fugitive. 1 blue-black for a mythic vampire assassin. She's a 1/4 with Death Touch. Face down, creatures you control have 2 blue-black. Turn this creature face up. If you can't exile it, then you may cast the exiled card without paying its mana cost. Oh. Huh? Okay. Whenever an assassin you control deals combat damage to an opponent, cloak. Oh, there it is. Cloak the top card of that player's library. Got it. Okay. I was trying to figure out how you would get face down cards that can't be morphed up. Now I see how. It's because she allows you to cloak anything, and then basically you can pay 4 to cast anything face down. Now I get it. Okay, very cool. And she's a 1/4 Death Touch, which desensitizes your opponent from wanting to block her already. Yeah, so you're basically getting free 2/2s that you can cash in for free spells later on. Neat. And I feel like she's an A- still. Very good defensively because she's Death Touch. Good offensively because you're getting cards out of it. Yeah, A- for Atrata. Hell yeah. Fairy Snoop. 1 blue-black for a common Fairy Detective. It's a 1/4 with flying. But in its disguise, 1 blue-black, blue-black. When Fairy Snoop is turned face up, look at the top 2 cards of your library, put 1 into your hand, and the other into your graveyard. Oh, that's fine. Very, very mid-range control-y with the Fairy Snoop, because very defensive. Is a detective, which is relevant. Big butt. And then getting extra cards later on is great. Didn't realize Atrata had such good hair game. I know, right? Look at her. Also, her dress is awesome. Dress? I guess it's not really a dress. Whatever suit she's got going on is awesome. I like Fairy Snoop. C+. The if you can't is in case it's not a creature. Yeah, GM chap. So, like, if the face down card is like an instant or sorcery, you basically get to cast the instant or sorcery for 4. Or if it's a land, you can flip it up and make it into a land. Curious Cadaver. I assume this is the uncommon signpost. 2 blue black for a 3/1 flying zombie detective at uncommon. Flying. Whenever you sacrifice a clue, return Curious Cadaver from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, so it's a 4-mana 3/1 that has easy recursion thanks to clues. And honestly, he's not super exciting. He's a decent control because it's going to be easy to bring him back in blue-black and just constantly keep trading him out. And a 3/1 flyer can get in for damage. C+ for Curious Cadaver. And final blue-black card is Coerced to Kill. That art is awesome. 3 blue-black for an uncommon aura. Enchant creature. You control enchanted creature. Enchanted creature has base power and toughness 1/1, has death touch, and is an assassin in addition to its other types. That is hilarious. That's really funny. 5 mana, take away your opponent's best creature and gives yourself a fantastic defender. Or you can start attacking in with a little 1/1 and start chipping in damage against the opponent. It's still weirdly defensive because it's not quite as good as like Agent of Treachery or Confiscation Coup where you just get their best creature. Because you also shrink it. But yeah, like this does give you an easy 1/1 assassin to block with your death touch. Because like if your opponent attacks in, you're just gonna block with their own creature anyway. I like Force to Kill more than Curious Cadaver. This looks like a B to me. Next up, do red-black. Blood Splatter Analysis. Black-red for a rare enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, it deals 3 damage to target creature and opponent controls. Great. Whenever 1 or more creatures die, mill a card and put a Bloodstain counter on Blood Splatter Analysis. Then sacrifice it if it has 5 or more Bloodstain counters. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Oh. Not quite the payoff I was hoping for. If it go to the battlefield, it would actually be pretty good. To your hand? Yeah. It does 3 damage to a creature for 2 mana, though. And then eventually you'll get something back. Yeah, this is a fine card. A fine card. It's like a C+. Still more or less sorcery speed removal. You'll be happy playing one, but I wouldn't like windmill slam this into plus. Runebrand Juggler. Black-red for an uncommon 2/2 human shaman. When Runebrand Juggler enters the battlefield, suspect up to 1 target creature you control. And with 3 black-red, sacrifice a suspected creature. Target creature gets -5/-5 until end of turn. Oh. Okay. Interesting. So at the very worst, this is a 2/2 menace for 2. If you have another creature, it just suspects itself. Oh, it is up to, so you don't even have to if you don't want to. But you'll probably want to so that you at least get the guaranteed payoff of being able to stack and deal -5/-5. I like this guy. And if you're playing black-red, would I give him a build-around grade? I don't think I would give him a build-around grade because he does suspect on his own. Yeah, this looks good. This looks good. B. Deadly Complication. 1 black-red for an uncommon sorcery. Choose 1 or both. Destroy target creature. Put a +1/+1 counter on target suspected creature you control. You may have it become no longer suspected. Very good. Good removal. And you can beef up one of your suspected creatures. That's great. B. Judith. Carnage Connoisseur. 3 black-red for a legendary human shaman. She's rare with 3/4. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, choose 1. That spell gains Death Touch and Lifelink. Or create a 2/2 red imp creature token with, when this creature dies, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. Oh. I think for the most part, you're probably going to take the second mode. That's just way better. So she's a 5-mana 3/4, and you want to make sure you're having instants and sorceries to really get the effect off once. So keep that in mind as you're playing. Like, you want at least some instants and sorceries, because otherwise she's just a 5-mana 3/4 that doesn't do a whole lot. So keep that in mind. But even one activation, get yourself a 2/2 that is great sack fodder, chump fodder, attack in. Like, you're gonna get 2 damage no matter what. That can be very painful. Wouldn't quite go A for her. Let's say B plus for Judith. Next up, Shady Informant, 3 black red for a common ogre rogue. He's a 4/2. And when he dies, deal 2 damage to any target, and has disguise 2 black red, black red. I like him. Trades up easily, deals an extra 2 to something else, opponent or another creature. I get the disguise, so you can put it down on 3, attack in with a face down 2/2, and if your opponent doesn't do anything about it, immediately flip him up to a 4/2, get some extra damage in there. And then when your opponent finally deals with it, you get to deal 2 damage to something else, such as hit the opponent's face or take out another creature. He actually looks solid. I like him. C+. All right. And last black red is Rakdos, Patron of Chaos. 4 black red for a mythic legendary demon, 6/6 flying trample. At the beginning of your end step, target opponent may sacrifice 2 non-land, non-token permanents. If they don't, you draw 2 cards. Oh my god. 6 mana, 6/6 flying trample. And your opponent either loses stuff or you just draw cards. A+. Holy shit. A+. Bull Drifter, but pissed. Dude, he's excellent. Rakdos, super good. All right. I love that it says non-land. You just really get him. So good. All right. Let's do green-red. Breakout. Uncommon sorcery. Look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them. If that card has mana value 2 or less, you may put it onto the battlefield and gains haste. If you didn't put the revealed card onto the battlefield, put it into your hand, put the rest on the bottom and library in your order. Okay. So red, green, look at the top 6, get the best creature out of it. Or if you want, you can get a baby and just haste him in. That's pretty medium. You need like a C- for it. I think the fact that it's a sorcery speed kills it for me. If it was instant speed, you can at least like get a big thing in your hand while leaving mana up. I would like that more. This looks like a C-. World Soul's Rage, X green-red for a rare sorcery. World Soul's Rage deals X damage to any target. Put up to X land cards from your hand and or graveyard onto the battlefield tapped. It's Fireball. It's an extra green. Do I have to say anything more? It's Fireball with an extra green. Well, not quite Fireball, because Fireball can split its targets. I know. Or whatever. You know what I'm saying. B+. That's great. And it does any target. So, like, in the late game, you could just blast your opponent in the face for 4 or 5 damage. Yeah. Anzrag, the Quake Mole. 2 red, green for a legendary mole god. Mythic. 8/4. Fuck. Whenever Anzrag, the Quake Mole becomes blocked, untap each creature you control. After this combat phase, there's an additional combat phase. Oh. Each time he gets blocked. And then you can pay 3 red, red, green, green. Anzrag must be blocked each combat this turn if able. Oh. Each combat. That's really funny. So if you chump him, opponent just gets to you just get to untap and attack with an 8/4 again. This guy's hilarious. What a beater. And plus you get an extra combat phase. Potentially multiples. I'll assume you'll never get to activate it for 7 mana. Someday you will, and it'll be funny. Imagine attacking in with this, and you have ways of like giving him like the +3/+3 trample to end a turn. Like if you do that, you just win. Other ways of protecting it with like hexproof or whatever. Yeah. Anthrax funny. Hey. Worst case scenario, it's a 4 mana 8/4. 8 plus for Anzrak. God damn. God damn. All right. 8 plus for Anzrak. 10th Street Gossip. 2 red green for a Vyashino Advisor, uncommon 4/4 with Vigilance. It has tap, add red green. Spend this mana only to cast face down spells or to turn creatures face up. Huh. Kind of an interesting, not really ramp, because it's a 4/4 Vigilance for 4. That's good. And it just gives you a little bit extra mana to flip up your face down things. I don't think your red-green cares a lot about disguise. I guess maybe it does. It doesn't hurt. For the most part, this is a 4/4 with Vigilance, with every now and then you just get a couple extra mana out of it. Which seems solid. C+. Well, maybe a B-. Like a 4 mana 4/4 Vigilance is a... Seems like a easy enough signal. B-. Yaris, Roar of the Old Guards. 2 red-green for a legendary Centaur Druid at rare, 4/4. Other creatures you control have haste. Whenever one or more face-down creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, draw a card. Whenever a face-down creature you control dies, return it to the battlefield face-down under its owner's control. If it's a permanent card, then turn it face up. Oh my god. Oh my god. So yeah, maybe red-green wants to do the face-down thing. You attack him with all your face-down 2/2s. If any of them hit your opponent, you get to draw a card. And if any of them die, they just come back to the battlefield face up. Huh. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's another A. Yeah, it also made like they go to the battlefield face down first and then get flipped up, so all their disguise effects go off. Jesus. Yeah, this is why you play the 110. Yep, you got me. Wow. Hey, yeah. Hey. All right, next. Rift Burst Helion, 5 red green for a common Helion. It's a 6/7 with reach and has disguise for red green. Okay, well this guy sucks. 7 mana, 6/7 reach? No, D. D. All right, moving on to green-white. Their signpost uncommon is Sumala Sentry. Green-white for a 1/3 uncommon reach elf archer. Whenever a face-down permanent you control is turned face up, so +1/+1 counter on that, and a +1/+1 counter on Sumala Sentry. Yeah, it's kind of okay. I wonder if you can get aggressive with enough green-white stuff to make this really pop off. I mean, it's better making your face down things getting the +1/+1, because this guy getting +1/+1 is less good since he's just a 1/3 for reach. Just kind of looks okay. I'll say C. Tristani, the 3 Whispers. Green, white, white for a mythic legendary dryad. 4/4. Oh my god. It has 1 green. Target creature gains death touch until end of turn. Green or white. Target creature gains vigilance until end of turn. 2 white, target creature gains double strike until end of turn. That's a lot to go fuck yourself. Threats of activation everywhere. And in a dedicated green-white deck, super easy to cast. Wow. That's another very good card. A for Trustani. Because you don't even need to get something double strike until after blockers are declared. Busted. Yikes. A. All right. Buried in the Garden. 2 green-white for an uncommon aura where you enchant a land. When it's the battlefield, exile non-land permanent you don't control until Buried in the Garden leaves the battlefield. Whenever the enchanted land is tapped for mana, its controller adds an additional 1 mana of any color. Oh, so you got your you got the enchantment-based exile effect of white and a little bit of ramp off of green. And you enchant the land, which helps protect it. Cool. Yeah, 4 mana. Exile, removal, enchantment-based. That's plenty good there. B. And you get a bonus mana on top of it. Hey, Savandrius, thanks for the resub. Thank you so much. Next is Crowd Control Warden. 3 green-white for a common Centaur Soldier. It's a 4/4. As Crowd Control Warden enters the battlefield or is turned face up, put X +1/+1 counters on it, where X is the number of other creatures you control. Its disguise cost is also 3 green-white, green-white. Okay. So it's a 5 mana 4/4 at worst. And the more dudes you have, this is going to be like a 5 mana 6/6, 5 mana 7/7. So yeah, the green definitely wants a lot of creatures to make it pop off. That can get pretty big. 5 mana 6/6 for 5 is really where you want it to be. And then sometimes you'll play it down as a face down creature and then be able to turn it face up as like a surprise big attacker or big blocker. Yeah, this actually looks like it could be pretty good. B- on Crowd Control Warden. A couple more. Tulsimir, Midnight's Light. 2 green-white for a rare Elf Scout. 3/2 with lifelink. When Tulsimir enters the battlefield, create Voja, a legendary 5/5 green and white wolf creature token with trample. Whenever a wolf you control attacks, if Tulsimir attacked this combat, target creature an opponent controls blocks that wolf this combat if able. Damn. So for 5 mana, you get a 3/2 lifelink and a 5/5 trample. That's fantastic. And then if you ever attack with both, you force the opponent to block the wolf, and it's a 5/5. This is very good. A for Tulsimir. Next. Relive the past. That's my job. 5 green-white for a rare sorcery. Return up to 1 target artifact card, up to 1 target land, up to 1 target non-aura enchantment from your graveyard to the battlefield. They're 5/5 elemental creatures in addition to their types. For 7 mana, you get 3 5/5s. Potentially. Green-white? That's a little clunky. This is a little clunky. Because green-white really is going to be getting a lot of artifacts, lands, or enchantments in the graveyard. I'm not into it. It's very expensive, and I don't think you're going to... Because, like, if you don't get all 3, it's just not worth the mana. At 2, if you get 2 of them, it's okay. But only 1, and it's going to be hard to get lands and enchantments in your graveyard when you're playing green-white in particular. I don't think I like this card. Too expensive. It's like a D, but build around B+. If for some reason you are able to do this. Like, maybe you're playing, like, black-green, then you splashed white for this. I could see that. I would do that. If I was playing black-green, I would splash for this. But otherwise, yeah, that's a lot. All right, black-white. Soul Search. White-black. Uncommon sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. Exile that card. If the card's mana value is 1 or less, create a 1/1 white and black spirit token creature with flying. At 2 mana. I don't like it. You'll very often not get the 1/1 spirit token off of it. So for the most part, this is 2 mana. Look at your opponent's hand, discard a, make them exile a card. And those aren't super worth it at 2 mana. I think D+ for Soul Search. Sanguine Savior. Looks like Spider-Man. 1 white-black for a common vampire cleric. It's a 2/1 flying lifelink with disguise, white-black, white-black. When Sanguine Savior is turned face up, another target creature you control gains lifelink until end of turn. This is a, yeah, right? This is a sexy card. Kind of hot. I like it. I'd be happy playing this out as a 3-mana 2/1 flyer with lifelink. The disguise part is less exciting, but like, you could. This is just a fine flyer with lifelink. See? Real question is, what person would I be in the art? Yeah. Which one would I be? Vote now. Next, Taza. Opulent Oligarch. 1 white-black for a rare legendary human advisor. She's a 2/3 death touch. At the beginning of your end step, investigate for each opponent who lost life this turn. Whenever a clue you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, create a 1/1 white and black spirit creature token with flying. This ability triggers only once each turn. We've been doing that a lot more often. You know, have you noticed that? Like, way more cards are doing like this ability only triggers once. She's very good though. 3 mana, 2/3 death touch. So if she attacks, she's death touch, so it's not going to be often your opponent wants to block her. Or at least not with multiple things. Like, you're going to get a card advantage. And if you deal damage to an opponent with it, or in any way, then you get to get a clue and use those clues to also get 1/1s out of it. That's very good. I like her. B+. Here she's good at dying. Yeah, if you pay attention to the other arts, Tasia is also super dead. B+ for her. Next, Treacherous Greed. 1 white-black for a rare instant. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature that dealt damage this turn. Draw 3 cards, each opponent loses 3 life, and you gain 3 life. Yo! That's really cool. Especially in white-black, because you're attacking with little babies. Basically, just any damage. Attack with something. If it survives, pay 3, sack it, drain them for 3, draw 3 cards. That's really good. Or you can use it to, like, block well. I'm into it. B. Obviously, you need the creature to survive it dealing damage of any kind, but you can. I don't think black and white has a lot of ways of dealing damage to... Nope. Has a lot of ways of dealing damage without it being combat. Yeah. B for Treacherous Greed. Here's Issaquah. 2 white-black for a Planeswalker. Mythic. She has 3 loyalty and has... Whenever one or more creatures you control and or creature cards in your graveyard are put into exile, you may choose a creature card from among them. Until end of turn, target token you control becomes a copy of it, except it has flying. Okay, so any token you control, she can make copy an exiled creature card. Oh, not until end of turn. It just is a copy. Oh no, it does say until end of turn. Okay. Okay, weird. And her abilities are +2, Surveil 2, then exile a card from a graveyard. Doesn't have to be your own. +1, create a -1, create a 1/1 white and black spirit token with flying. And her -2 is exile target creature you control for each other player. Exile up to 1 target creature that player. Actually, that's really good. So for some reason you don't have any tokens. You can +1 her right away, and you get a chump block at the very least, so she's good at being able to defend herself. She can also -2 exile something you have to take out their best thing, which is another way of defending herself. And then she's got a +2, which gives you some card advantage. And then you can intentionally surveil one of your best things to make one of your tokens become that exiled card until end of turn. All at 4 mana. No. Kai's quite good. She's a Planeswalker. A+. At 4 mana. 4 mana Planeswalker. A+. Next is the Wisp Drinker Vampire. 2 white-black for an uncommon Vampire Rogue. 2/4. It's flying. Whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield under your control, each opponent loses a life and you gain a life. I'll just turn all your little babies into drainers. And she has 5 white-black creatures you control with power 2 or less gain Death Touch and Lifelink until end of turn. 4 mana 2/4 flyer. Turns all your other 2-power creatures or your disguise cards into draining the opponent for 1. Seems solid. Not losing my mind over it, though. C+. I don't think this is enough of a reason to go into white-black, but really all the other, like, small white-black cards with synergy seem to do better. All right, next up is blue-red. Finally. Gleaming Drake. Blue-red for an uncommon artifact Drake. 1/1 flyer. When it enters the battlefield, investigate. Whenever you sacrifice an artifact, put a +1/+1 counter on Gleaming Gear Drake. Yep, some blue-red artifact. Gives you a way of sacrificing them to make this bigger, and you get clues off of it. I quite like them. 1/1 flyer. Comes with a card. Slowly becomes bigger. B-. Not as good as the other ones, because he is a little small and needs a little work to start getting relevant, but I like that he comes in with a clue right away. B-. Kylox's Volt Strider, 1 red-blue for a mythic vehicle. It's a 4/4. Collect evidence. 6 Kylox's Volt Strider becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. And whenever Kylox Volt Strider attacks, you may cast an instant or sorcery spell from among cards exiled with it. If that spell will be put into a graveyard, put it on the bottom of its owner's library instead. Crew cost 2. Mana vehicle with only crew 2 isn't so bad. And then you had a way of collecting evidence to crew it. Then you tack in, and you can cast one of your instant or sorcery evidence cards. Kind of cute. Not losing my mind over it, but it seems solid. B+ for Kylox's Volt Strider. And the spell does go on the bottom of your library instead of getting super exiled or whatever. Next is Detective's Satchel. 2 blue-red for an uncommon artifact. When it enters the battlefield, investigate twice. And you can tap it, create a 1/1 colorless Thopter artifact creature token with flying. Activate only if you've sacrificed an artifact this turn. 4 mana. 2 clues. And if you can sacrifice a clue, you get a Thopter out of it. That's okay. What was the other, like, red sacrifice options? Don't fully remember at the moment. It looks kind of okay. It looks like a C+ to me. Gets better with the more clues you have, because then you're just getting 1/1s off your clues too. It's the 4 mana that brings it down a little bit to me. If this was 3 mana, it'd be tight. But at 4, it's like a C. Gadget Technician, 2 blue-red for a common Goblin Artificer. It's a 3/2. When it enters the battlefield or is turned up, make a Thopter. Oh, there we go. 2 blue-red, 3/2 that comes with the 1/1. Also is disguise blue-red for reasons. Yeah, that's quite good. That's like a B- creature, absolutely. I like the Gadget Technician quite a bit. All right, last blue-red. Ill-Timed Explosion. 2 blue-red for a rare sorcery. Draw 2 cards. Then you may discard 2 cards. When you do, ill-timed explosion deals X damage to each creature, where X is the greatest mana value among cards discarded this way. Oh my god, it's another board wipe. Oh boy. So that puts board wipes in white, black, and blue-red? Is that because like the deck is going to be hyper aggro and they wanted to make sure there was an abundance of ways of just killing everything? I like that it's a May as well. So at the very worst, it's a 4-mana draw 2. And if you don't want to discard, you don't have to. But chances are you'll want it so you can kill most stuff. But also when you discard, you have to discard 2 cards. Still. Jesus. Actually, you know what's really good about that? Yeah, this is good. This is so good. So the reason being is that for some reason, if you're already ahead and you're like beating down your opponent and you just have more creatures than them, normally a board wipe like this becomes kind of a dead card in your hand because you don't want to cast it and like take out more of your own creatures versus the opponent's. But if you get to that point, then you just cast this to draw 2 cards. And that's it. Who cares? It's a board wipe that doesn't necessarily discourage you from playing out too many creatures. You can stay ahead. Time explosion is great. B+. There's so many board wipes. Oh boy. Alright, last blue-red. Kylox Visionary Inventor. 5 blue-red for a legendary Viashino Artificer at rare. 4/4. Menace. Ward 2. Haste. Whenever Kylox attacks, sacrifice any number of other creatures. Then exile the top X cards of your library, where X is their total power. You may cast any number of instant or sorceries from among the exiled cards without paying their mana costs. For 7 mana? Now, I don't think you want to play this at all. F. Definitely a constructed card. Yeah. Absolutely constructed card. Like, if you want to exile X cards off your library and get free instants or sorceries, you need a high concentration of instants and sorceries to really pay off on it. But if you want to do that, then you also need creature cards with enough power that you're able to exile enough that you are being able to cast these cards. And at 7 mana, that's you're asking quite a bit, and it needs to be able to attack first. Well, it does have haste, so I guess there's that. Yeah, it's basically asking for a deck of more than 40 cards, was what it comes down to. Yeah, sacrifice the Mole God, exactly. Kylox is an F. It's a constructed commander card. Don't play it. Alright, and in black-green, Assassin's Trophy's back. Classic black-green rare instant, destroy target permanent. Controller can find a basic land, put it on the battlefield. It's any permanent. Destroy their land, destroy a planeswalker, destroy an enchantment, destroy whatever you want. Reprinted. I mean, that is the most premium removal you could possibly get. A-. Insidious Roots, black-green for an uncommon enchantment. Creature tokens you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. Whenever one or more creature cards leave your graveyard, make a 0/1 green plant creature token. Then put a +1/+1 counter on each plant you control. Oh. Black-green evidence payoff. Start making mini plants that also ramp you. Build around C+. Build around because you need a way of getting creatures to leave your graveyard, which, you know, is going to be evidence for the most part, which you'll probably get in green-black, but it's not super good on its own. Build around C+. A Crawl Whipcracker, black-green for an uncommon insect assassin. It's a 3/2 with reach. When it enters the battlefield, destroy target token and opponent controls. I actually don't hate that. There's probably going to be enough clues going around that at the very least you can hit that. And every now and then you'll be able to take out an opponent's 2/2 detective token or something. And it's a 3/2 for 2 mana. That's very solid. B for Crawl Whipcracker. Next is a Rakish Scoundrel. 2 black-green for a common elf rogue. A 3/3 Death Touch for 3. A 3/3 Death Touch for 4 mana. When it enters the battlefield or is turned face up, target creature gains indestructible till end of turn. And it's disguise for black-green, black-green. Yeah, seems solid enough. Yeah, just be happy playing this guy. C+. 3/3 Death Touch. It has just enough toughness that your opponent might have to double block or at least block it with a bigger thing whenever he attacks in. So C+ for the Rakish Scoundrel. Urgent Necropsy. 2 black-green for a mythic instant. As an additional cost, collect evidence X, where X is the total mana value of the permanents this spell targets. Destroy up to 1 target artifact, up to 1 target creature, up to 1 target enchantment, and up to 1 target planeswalker. Fuck. With a lot of evidence. Just a casual 4 for 1. This seems like the trap mythic. No. This is not a trap. Not a trap. At minimum, you're probably going to be able to use this to get 2 targets. Likely around like an evidence 6 or so. And black-green with all the self-mill. Like, you'll be able to hit that. You plane cycle 1 Topiary Stomper and you're online. For the most part, you want to cast this. Try to 2 for 1 it. But yeah, this looks like a... Yeah, this just gets better the longer the game goes because you can hit more targets. Cast this when you can get at least 2 ideally, but I also wouldn't be mad casting this just at 4 mana to take out 1 creature with the evidence cost. That's fine too. And it's at instant speed. Yeah, just premium instant speed removal. This card's great. A-. No, this is great. A-. Yeah, if there's any tokens, their cost is free. A-. It actually makes me like it more because you can evidence to take out a creature and then still just take out a clue or something. So you still get something out of it. Yeah, that's good. I like it. Izoni, center of the web, 4 black-green for a rare elf detective. 5/4 with menace. Whenever Izoni enters the battlefield or attacks, you may collect evidence 4. If you do, make 2 2/1 black and green spider creature tokens with menace and reach. Sacrifice any 4 tokens, surveil 2, then draw 2 cards. You gain 2 life. Hell yeah. 6 mana, 5/4 menace. Evidence 4 to get 2 2/1s with her. That's good on her own. If you happen to have a lot of tokens, get the surveil and draw cards, gain life. Nope. Izoni is very, very good. A for Izoni. We still got, what, red, white, and blue, green left? Red, white. Dog walker. Bork, bork. It's always the same dogs. Red, white for a common human citizen. It's a 3/1 with vigilance. And as disguise, red, white, red, white. When dog walkers turned face up, create 2 tapped 1/1 white dog creature tokens. Lamau? There's so many dogs. It's a 3/1 vigilance for 2 mana. That's fine. Yeah, this is okay. It's a C. Don't love the vigilance part of it, but in your aggressive red-white, like, it is a beater. Your opponent has to trade up with it. Yeah, C for Dogwalker. Lightning Helix gets reprinted with some sick art. It's an uncommon instant, red-white, deal 3 damage to any target, gain 3 life. Very, very good. Don't need to say much more. B+. War Leader's Call. 1 red-white for a rare enchantment. Creatures you control get +1/+1. And whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, War Leader's Call deals 1 damage to each opponent. Anthem effect plus a the hell that was that card called? Bombardment effect? Impact Tremors, that's it. Impact Anthem. Damn. Yep. Another A-. What a beating. Agris costs Spirit of Justice, 2 red-white for a mythic legendary spirit detective, 2/4, double strike vigilance. Whenever Agris enters the battlefield or attacks, choose up to 1 target creature. If it's suspected, exile it, otherwise suspect it. Oh, that's really cool. There's a 2-mana, or 4-mana, 2/4 double strike vigilance, which is great. But right away you enter the battlefield, he can make someone... You can suspect an opponent's creature so it can't even block. And then when he attacks again, you can make another creature unable to block. Or exile a suspected creature just in case you're worried about crackback. Every time he attacks. That's very strong. He's very strong. A for Agris costs. Yeah, you could suspect himself and make him into a menace double strike vigilance. You can also suspect your own creatures because you want to give them menace. But yeah, there's so much versatility with them. A for Agris. Next is Aurelia. 3 red-white for a legendary angel. She's a 4/4 flying vigilance haste. Whenever a player attacks with 3 more creatures, you draw a card. A player, not even just you. Whenever a player attacks with 5 or more creatures, Aurelia deals 3 damage to each opponent and you gain 3 life. A+. I don't really think I need to explain myself. Right? Right. A+. And Meddling Youths. 3 red-white for an uncommon human detective with a 4/5 haste. Whenever you attack with 3 or more creatures, investigate. Do you guys get it? It's the Scooby-Doo gang. Well, if it isn't mean old Mr. Larchbottom, who's always been so eager to have the only dumpling stall in Oxblood Alley. Adam, thanks for the 98 months. Aren't they just the Ravnica Boros mechanics without the keyword? Yeah, it's battalion. Kind of weird. 5 mana 4/5. At least it tastes. But usually if you're playing red-white aggro, you don't typically want to make your way up to like 5 mana. But it's something. Looks more on the dorky end. I think it's a C for Meddling Youths. But yeah, I think if you're going red-white, you usually don't want something that costs 5. So C for Meddling Youths. All right, blue-green. Doppelgang. Oh my god. XXX. Green-blue. They did it. They finally made a porn card. For each of X target permanents, create X tokens that are copies of that permanent. Oh. So for 5 mana, create 3 copies of something? Oh my god. So you can target a land with this. And just get 3 lands. You can target any creature, and you just get 3 tokens that are copies of that creature on 5 mana? No, wait. No, it's for each. No, it has to cost X, right? No. So X equals 1. For 5 mana, you make a copy. And then at 8 mana, you make 2 copies. Okay. That makes way more sense. And not very good. Yeah. This isn't very good. These, at least it's, you can target your opponent's stuff. But that's just typically not what you really want to do. It looks like another commander card. This is like a D. If you manage to get to 8 mana, though, well done. D for Doppelgang. Evidence Examiner. Green-blue for a Merfolk Detective at uncommon, 2/2. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may collect evidence 4. Whenever you collect evidence, investigate. Hell yeah. Can you copy a legendary with that? Yes, but the legendary rule still applies. So you can only keep 1 legendary. Evidence Examiner is awesome. 2 mana 2/2. Gets you a way of free collecting evidence for blue and green, and you get to get a clue out of it. That's great. C+. Repulsive Mutation. X green blue. Uncommon instant. Put X +1/+1 counters on target creature you control, then counter up to 1 target spell unless its controller pays mana equal to the greatest power among creatures you control. Ooh, I like that. It does say counter up to 1 target spell. You don't necessarily have to do this. You can just use this as a instant speed. Give a creature +1/+1 counters. So it's a combat trick and a counter spell, and in some cases, it can do both. Looks good. B. Next, Kellen, Inquisitive Prodigy, 2 green blue for a rare legendary human fairy detective. He has an adventure. Tail the suspect. Green blue. Sorcery. Adventure. Investigate. You may play an additional land this turn. And otherwise is a 3/4 flying vigilance. And whenever Kellen attacks, destroy up to 1 target artifact. If you control that permanent, draw a card. Oh, Kellen's really good. Basically, you can use Kellen to attack, and you can sacrifice one of your own clues to draw a card for free. Because you don't have to pay the 2 mana to draw a card off of it. And for some reason, you don't have a target of your opponents that you want to take out. Yeah, he finally got his dad's colors. Yeah, it's very, very possible you can get this out on turn 3. Turn 2, you cast Tail the Suspect, put a land down. Turn 4, 1 more land, cast them for 4. They're on turn 3. Nope, this card's very good. Who's his dad? Oko. I'd rather fuck his dad. So, I wouldn't quite call him a bomb, but he is quite good. A- for Kellen. Vanifar? Evolved Enigma? 2 green, blue, legendary elf ooze wizard. Another ooze. Is mom hot? Not as hot as Oko. A 3/4 mythic. At the beginning of combat, on your turn, choose 1. Cloak a card from your hand. Or put a +1/+1 counter on each colorless creature you control. That's busted. Beginning of combat on your turn, get a free 2/2 with Ward 2. Another turn, start pumping them. That's really good. She's really good. Hey. Speaking of, Undercover Crocodilf. So we're all going to call him the Undercover Crocodilf, right? Right? We're all in agreement? Cool, thank you. 4 green blue for common elf crocodile detective. 5/5. Whenever the Undercover Crocodilf deals combat damage to a player, investigate And has disguise 3, green, blue, green, blue. And again, just kind of big and dorky. D. Quite the crocodile, though, if I may say so. Oh, we have split cards? Word? Oh no, this... Okay. Push and pull. 1, white, black. Sorcery, uncommon. Destroy target tapped creature. Or pull. Or black, red, black, red. Uncommon sorcery. Put up to 2 target creature cards from a single graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. They gain haste. Sacrifice them at the beginning of the next end step. So they're split cards, but they're split across colors. That's actually really cool. So you can put push-pull in a white-red deck. You can put push-pull in a black-white deck. You push-pull in a black-red deck. That's kind of neat. I like that. Yeah, Jace isn't dead. Jace is completed and off having sex with his hot girlfriend. Also, kill Jace. This looks fine. I would give this a B just because it has so many colors it can go into. I don't think I would play this if I was playing any kind of green or blue because not one side is so good that I would splash for it or not have the other side. You can only get cast one or the other? Yeah, the way these cards work is you cast one half or the other. B for push-pull. Next is Hustle and Bustle. These are all uncommon, I assume. Blue-red, instant. Target creature attacks or blocks this turn if able. Interesting. Or Bustle for red-green, red-green. Creatures you control get +2/+2 and gain trample until end of turn. You may turn a creature you control face up. Okay, that's a decent finisher. The blue-red side is not the most exciting, but like you could. Yeah, I like this one a bit less. This one's more of like a C+ range. How many are these? More? Alright. Cease and desist. 1 black-green instant. Exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard. Target player gains 2 life and draws a card. Okay, get rid of some evidence. Gain life and you get to draw a card of it. And desist for green, white, sorcery. Destroy all artifacts and enchantments. Good sideboard card, and that's it. So if you're facing like an evidence deck, you can use that to get rid of, or recursion deck, you can use this to get rid of some of that stuff. If you're facing the artifact deck, then you got a way of destroying all artifacts. But this is a sideboard B-. I would not main deck this in any color. Next, Fuss, 2 red, white, uncommon instant. Put a +1/+1 counter on each attacking creature you control. Right. And Bother, 4 white, blue, uncommon sorcery. Create 3 1/1 colorless Thopter artifact tokens. Surveil 2. That's kind of cool. I actually like this most in like your red-white aggro deck, because then you can buff all your attacking creatures, or in the late game, make 3 1/1s. It's only like a C+. Main deckable, absolutely. C+ for it. Alright, one more. Flotsam, Jetsam. 1 green, blue, uncommon instant. Mill 3, investigate. Okay. Jetsam 4 blue, black. Uncommon sorcery. Each opponent mills 3 cards. Then you may cast a spell from each opponent's graveyard without paying its mana cost. The spell cast this way would put into a graveyard, you exile instead. This one's probably the least exciting. C-. I didn't know they brought back the split cards, though. That's really cool. So for collecting evidence on these split cards, is it the sum? It's the higher cost one. I saw this. Leyline of the Guild Pact. Green, white. Green, blue. Black, red. Green, red. So, at the very least, green or one of any other color. Rare enchantment. If Leyline of the Guild Pact is in your opening hand, you may begin the game with it on the battlefield. Each non-land permanent you control is all colors. Lands you control are every basic land type in addition to their other types. F. Literally 4 mana. Do nothing. F. And final gold card, Niv Mizzet, the Guild Pact. He's back. White, blue, black, red, green. Legendary Dragon Avatar, 6/6 flying, hexproof from multicolored. Whenever Niv Mizzet deals combat damage to a player, it deals X damage to any target. Target player draws X cards, and you gain X life, where X is the number of different color pairs among permanents you control that are exactly 2 colors. I don't really think he's going to be all that playable. All 5 colors. Unless there is like a secret dual color deck in here. Probably not. But he would be like if you get him down, he's a 6/6 flying hexproof, well, from multicolored. Build around, it's like C+, really? It's asking a lot and probably not worth it. Yeah, it really is more of a commander card, if we're being honest. All right, let's move on to artifacts and lands. Saw this earlier. Thinking Cap. 1. Equipped creature gets +1/+2. Equipped detective 1. Otherwise, equipped cost is 3. Kind of reminds me of the pirate hat from Lost Caverns of Ixalan. I think I'd be happy playing this in a dedicated detectives deck because it's a better short sword. So, build around C. Next. Case of the Shattered Pact. This is a colorless case card for 2 mana. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for a basic land, reveal it, and put it into your hand. That's cool. To solve, there are 5 colors among permanents you control. Solved at the beginning of combat on your turn. Target creature you control gains flying, double strike, and vigilance until end of turn. Oh, okay, I guess. If you can get a bunch of Case of the Shattered Pacts for easy fixing, and then somehow get 5 color pairs. Jesus. Well, if you're splashing for anything, this is an easy 2 mana fixer. I'd play it for that. It's like a D+. The other stuff like is like a build around. Like a build around B+ though, because like that is a lot. Otherwise, it's kind of okay to help make sure you're hitting your land drops. All right, next is the Cryptics. A 2 mana rare artifact. You can tap it, collect evidence 3, add 1 mana of any color, put an unlock counter on Cryptex. Sacrifice Cryptex, surveil 3, draw 3, but only if Cryptex has 5 or more unlock counters on it. Oh, it's not 5 color pairs, it's 5 colors among permanents. Oh yeah, you guys are right. So it's not the pairs. All right, that makes it a little bit better. D+, yeah, D+, build around B+. Cryptics is weird. It's not a real mana rock because you have to collect evidence for it. And then you need to do that 5 times before you're able to sacrifice it to surveil 3, draw 3. Funky mana rock. Yeah, again, I don't think it's worth the effort. Say F. Maybe in your black-green deck if you've got dedicated to mill. To help make sure you're collecting evidence. Probably not worth it. Gravestone Strider. A 2 mana common golem that's a 1/3. For 1, add 1 mana of any color. Activate only once each turn. Or for 2, exile Gravestone Strider from your graveyard to exile target card from a graveyard. Okay. So Gravestone Strider is your classic 2-mana artifact creature that can fix for a mana. But that does help splash. Not the most exciting card. Otherwise, he's a D. Sanitation Automaton? A Roomba? 2-mana artifact construct, a common, is a 2/1. When you enter the battlefield, surveil 1. That's not bad. That's not bad. Bit better. C-. Especially with all the evidence and surveil synergies. C- for a Roomba. Magnifying Glass, we saw this earlier. 3 mana, you can tap it to add colorless. 4 mana, tap it, investigate. Not very good. E. Lumbering Laundry, 5 mana, uncommon Golem. It's a 4/5. 2. Until end of turn, you may look at face down creatures you don't control anytime. And he also has Disguise 5. I guess if you really want to see all the face down creatures so that in case you want to target it with something, it still seems kind of dorky. D for Lumbering Laundry. Magnetic Snuffler. Look at the Anteater with the big old dish for a nose. 5 mana, 4/4 on uncommon. When Magnetic Snuffler enters the battlefield, return target equipment card from your graveyard to the battlefield attached to Magnetic Snuffler. Whenever you sacrifice an artifact, put a +1/+1 counter on Magnetic Snuffler. I get it. So if you sacrifice any one of the weapon clues, you then play him and he comes back with it attached. Which is still kind of whatever. At 5 mana, yeah, he's like a D+. He's trying to find all your lost weapons. Alright, D+ for Magnetic Snuffler. Alright, so we got lands. Are there like dual lands or anything like that? There are! We got some rares. Oh wait, I did see this. The rare lands. So there is a rare land for every color pair. It enters the battlefield tapped, and when it enters the battlefield, you surveil 1. Which is just a better version than the Theros Scry lands. Yep. Pretty much all these lands are like C+ lands. But there's also Branch of V2 Ghazi, an uncommon land that taps for colorless. You can also disguise it. And when it's turned face up, add 2 mana of any one color. Until end of turn, you don't lose this mana as steps and phases end. So, if you disguise this guy and then go to combat and attack with it, and then turn it face up, is the land still in combat attacking because it's no longer a creature? I don't think it is. Like, I think it just gets removed from combat because it just isn't a creature. You just get a land. Which is why I think is the what it wants you to do, because you can disguise it down as a 2/2, right? And then you attack with it, and if your opponent blocks it, you just flip it up, remove it for combat, get yourself a colorless land, and then you got extra 2 mana you can use until end of turn. But you already used 3 mana to flip it up. Yeah, it's a weird card, but I get it. It's basically a land where if you get it late, you can put it down as a 2/2 creature instead if you don't need another land. That's what I got out of it. Which isn't very exciting. Like C- for Branch of the V2 Ghazi. Escape Tunnel. Another common land. Sacrifice Escape Tunnel. Search your library for a basic land. Put onto the battlefield tapped. But it also has Sacrifice Escape Tunnel. Target creature with power 2 or less can't be blocked this turn. Better Evolving Wilds. Okay, so there is a way of getting some decent fixing, because Escape Tunnels gets any basic land you could need, and then if you don't need it, you can just turn one of your power 2 creatures unblockable. I actually like that. Let's see for Escape Tunnel. More. Public Thoroughfare, a common land. It enters the battlefield tapped. And when Public Thoroughfare enters the battlefield, sacrifice it unless you tap an untapped artifact or land you control. Add 1 mana of any color. Oh, that's actually pretty good fixing. Tap another land if you have to. But really, you'll likely use it to tap an untapped artifact like a clue. Then it goes for any color. C+. And last land, Scene of the Crime. A clue land. Uncommon. Enters the battlefield. Taps for uncommon. Or taps for colorless. Tap an untapped creature you control to add 1 mana of any color. And then, of course, you can always sacrifice it later to draw a card. That actually seems alright, too. C+ for Scene of the Crime. Then we got the fancy borderless cards. Can I just say the dossier cards? Bon? These guys. Where it takes a lot of the creatures and puts them into dossiers. I really like the unicorn one because the art style actually looks like the last unicorn. Hey, I'm going to be real with you. I think these are ugly as fuck. I hate these layouts a lot. I don't like them. The art is still fine on a lot of them, but the layout and the borders and all that just looks super ugly. I don't like these at all. Okay, all right, Francis Scapegoat, you got me. Yeah, hate them. Don't like it. There's so many. Ugh. Oh, Magnetic Snuffler. Look at him. Invisible. Yeah, there's invisible ink showcase cards and all this other shit. Oh, there's dossier versions, but also Ravnica's city showcases. Why are there so many fucking alternates? Can you just relax? God. Yeah, borderless full art, because of course there is. Fancy promos, of course there is. Christ, man. Don't like it. Don't like it at all. Alright, well, there you go. That is your Murders at Karlov Manor set review. Hope you found some of this helpful. Help give you some insight on how to draft or build your sealed pools. And appreciate you watching. And thanks, YouTube. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.